A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Lucky Strike presents the Jack Benny Program. But first, here's an important message from the National Tobacco Tax Research Council. Smokers, next time you buy cigarettes, remember that over 800,000 tobacco farm families thank you for contributing to their support. And remember also that you help support your government, federal, state, and local. When you buy a pack of cigarettes, the federal government gets 8 cents. Most local and state governments get 3 or 4 cents more. That's better than a 50% tax on every cigarette you smoke. Yes, in buying cigarettes, over half your packs go for tax. And now, the Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, tear and compare. See for yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now, do exactly the same with the Lucky Strike. Then compare. Some cigarettes are too loosely packed. Some even fall apart. But look at that Lucky. See how it stays together, a perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco. Now, what does this mean to you as a smoker? It means exactly this. Because your Lucky is so round and firm and fully packed, you avoid annoying loose ends that spoil the taste, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. Because your Lucky has long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco, it burns evenly, smokes smooth and mild. Yes, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Solaris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Easter Sunday, and in cities all over the country, people are Easter parading. Right now in Beverly Hills, Jack is getting ready for his stroll down Wilshire Boulevard. At the moment, he's taking a shower, and Rochester is laying out his clothes.
Mr. Benny's been in that shower a long time. But he always stays in there pretty long. He'd get through soon if he'd sing in the shower like everybody else instead of playing his violin. Well, I'd better lay out his clothes.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
I'm through with my shower. Bring me a nice big towel.
The biggest towel we have is the one you took from the Acme Plaza Hotel.
Well, bring me that.
I can't. It's still on the roller.
Well, bring me any towel. I'm cold.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you. Here, Rochester, hang my violin on the line. Professor LeBlanc is giving me a lesson tomorrow.
Yes, sir. You want your clothes now, boss?
Just my shorts. I'm going to do my exercises.
Here you are. You've really been doing your exercises regularly, haven't you?
That's right, Rochester. I want to look nice and trim on my TV show next Sunday. Well, I'll start with my bending exercises. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bend down, touch the floor. Lift my arms up in the air.
Bend down, pick up your hair.
Oh, yes. Gee, that's hard to bend down like that. Oh, boy.
Now for your knee bends. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Down, up. Down, up. Down, up. Down, up, 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 up. Congratulations, boss. You made it.
Yeah, that's enough for today. I better get dressed. And I think I'll wear my blue suit today.
That ought to look swell. I'll get it for you.
Good. And Rochester, while I finish dressing, Look through my closet, see if any of my clothes need to be sent to the cleaners.
Yes. But what about this gray suit, boy?
I don't know. How does it look to you?
Well, it's got a gravy stain on the sleeve, salad dressing on the pants, butter on the cup, coffee on the lapel, and meat sauce all over the vest.
It has?
Yeah, shall I send it to the cleaners or put it in the refrigerator?
Send it to the cleaners. But first, Rochester, go through the pockets and make sure I didn't leave any money in it.
Oh, boss, calm down.
Never mind, just do it. Well, I'm all dressed, Rochester. How do I look?
Fine, but you'd better put your glasses on.
Oh, I'm not going to wear my glasses today. They make me look old.
But you don't see too well without them.
Rochester, I just wear my glasses for reading. Now, let's see. I think I'll take I'll get it. Oh, hello, Phil.
I'm Mary.
Oh, happy Easter, Mary. Well, I'm ready to go walking if you are.
Okay. So aren't you going to say anything about my new dress?
Say, it's very pretty. Hey, Mary, isn't it kind of daring?
No, Jack. It's been the style for a couple of years. It's called a plunging neckline.
Oh.
All the girls will be wearing them today.
They will?
Yes.
Rochester, bring my glasses. Thanks. Come on, Mary. Let's go to the boulevard and stroll in the Easter parade. Gee, there are a lot of people on Wilshire Boulevard, aren't there, Mary?
Yeah, and everybody's dressed so nice.
Well, so are you. Gee, that new hat you're wearing is really cute. Where'd you get it?
The May Company. They give me all my clothes.
The May Company gives you your clothes? Gee, that's funny. You've been working for me for the past 15 years.
I know. They send me food, too.
Oh, well, that's nice of them.
Say, Jack, how far do you think we ought to walk?
Oh, I don't know. Probably as far as La Brea, and then we'll...
Oh, Jack, look who's coming this way. Isn't that one of the boys in your Beavers Club?
Oh, yes. Hello, Joey.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Joey. Say, that's a mighty cute rabbit you have there.
Yes, he's my Easter bunny. I'm taking him over to Mr. Benny's house to feed him.
To my house to feed him? Why?
My father says he's got more lettuce than anyone in Beverly Hills.
Did you just get this rabbit, Joey?
Oh, no. I got him last Easter. In fact, I had two of them.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Just a minute, Jack. What happened to your other rabbit, Joey?
I don't know. He just disappeared around Christmas time.
Mary, let's go.
Joey, exactly when did your other rabbit disappear?
It was, December the 23rd.
Well, thanks for telling me. Goodbye, Joey.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston. Goodbye, Mr. Banks.
Goodbye. You know, Mary...
Oh, quiet. You and your mink Christmas presents.
That was just a coincidence. I happened to get a mink with pink eyes. Oh, say, Mary, look at that billboard. Opening April 21st at the Philharmonic, Julie Garland and her Variety Review. You know, Mary, strolling down the boulevard today reminds me of that picture we saw a couple of years ago with Judy and Fred Astaire.
Oh, you mean Easter Parade?
Yeah, that's the one. Remember at the start of the picture when Fred was walking along Fifth Avenue singing that song and the people answered him? How did that song go again?
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Isn't it nice, Mary? They all answered it. Just like they did in the picture.
Yeah.
Say, Mary, look. There's Phil Harris standing on the corner.
Are you sure?
Well, he's standing, but I think it's him. Yes. Yes, it is.
You're right. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Livy, you little Easter bunny. Who's that egg you got with you?
Darn it, I forgot to take off my bathing cap. Say, Phil, Mary and I are strolling down Wilshire. Want to join us?
No, Jackson, no. The Chamber of Commerce wants me to stand here till another bus comes by.
Another bus?
Yeah, I'm the grand finale of the 95-cent tour.
What?
Them out-of-towners go nuts.
Oh, brother.
Phil, aren't you a little conceited?
Nah. Conceit is when you think you got it and you ain't.
Phil, and you've got it?
Well, I must have, Jackson. They want me to run for president on the prohibition ticket.
Mary, you talk to him, will you? I can't.
Look, Phil, Jack and
Step back, Livy. Here comes another bus load of tourists. I got to take a bow.
Phil, Jack and I are going for a walk. Do you want to join us or not?
I'd love to, Mary, but some of my musicians are going to pick me up. They're having a little card game, and they need a fifth for bridge.
Phil, you mean a fourth for bridge?
No, a fifth. They play, and I pour. Oh, Harris, you can always depend on a feed line from that gray-haired gentleman with the button shoe.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
All right. So long, Phil.
Hey, so long, Livy. See you later.
Come on, dollface. We got a long way to walk yet. Walking with you side by side. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Fills my chest with so much pride. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Why, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet. Happy Easter to you. Gosh, what perfect weather. Spring, the skies are clear, the flowers are blooming, the sun is shining. Hey, look who's here, my violin teacher.
Bonjour, Monsieur Denis.
Well, Professor LeBlanc, what a surprise running into you.
Hello, Professor.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Well, Professor, you certainly look nice today. Is that a new Easter suit you're wearing?
Mademoiselle, I am a poor violin teacher. I cannot afford to buy new suits.
Well, what do you do with the money I pay you for my violin lesson?
I buy sleeping pills.
Oh, are they any good?
No. After a few days, I wake up.
Oh, well, it was nice seeing you, Professor. And don't forget you're giving me a violin lesson tomorrow.
I will not forget. I will tie a string around my finger.
Good, good.
Better I should tie a rope around my neck.
What?
Goodbye, Monsieur Denis.
Goodbye. Mary, I can't understand why he hates to give me violin lessons.
I can't understand it either. You played beautifully.
Well, Huh? Mary, that was sweet. What made you say that?
Oh, I don't know. Just an impulse. Yesterday I kicked a cop in the pants.
Sometimes you have to let yourself go, you know. Anyway, Mary, we're certainly running into a lot of people we know, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Why, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet. Happy Easter to you.
You know, Gertrude, it's nice getting a day off. It sure is nice.
Well, getting away from that CBS switchboard.
Yeah. Oh, Gertrude, I feel so elegant walking in the Easter parade. How do you feel?
My feet are killing me. But it's my own fault for buying such small shoes.
Well, what size did you get?
9.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter?
Getting your foot in a size 9 shoe is like docking the Queen Mary in a Dixie cup.
Oh, look who's talking. Get a load of your shoes.
They're not so big.
They're not. Last year when we went on our vacation, every hotel we stopped at pasted labels on them.
Well, it's a natural mistake because my shoes are genuine cowhide.
Cowhide?
Yes.
From the way your toes stick out, it looks like milking time.
The next time you talk to me like that...
Oh, hey, Mabel, look. Here comes Jack Benny.
Yeah. And look who's with him. Mary Livingston.
Mabel, they're coming toward us.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yum dum dum da da dum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Don Wilson.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
Don, I'm glad I ran into you. You know that story about me in the current issue of Radio Television Mirror?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that same reporter came back to see me yesterday, and he wanted to get some information about you.
Oh, really, Jack?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack, it's nice of you to tell me this. I feel flattered. What the reporter want to know?
Well, he wanted to know different things, like what you eat for breakfast, what you eat for lunch, what you eat for dinner, what you have for dessert, what you have after dessert, what you eat between meals, what you eat before going to bed at night, all those different things.
Well, that's nice, Jack, but didn't he want to know anything about my work on your program?
Yes, he did, Don. He thought that my last couple of shows weren't quite as funny as usual. He wanted to know if you ate one of my writers.
Oh, Jack, I know you're kidding, but I wish you'd stop with that talk. You're always giving everybody the impression I'm fat.
All right, Don, I'll stop joking about your size.
Say, Don, would you like to walk down Wilshire Boulevard with us?
Oh, I'd love to, Mary, but I'm on the other side of the street.
Oh, yes. Lift your stomach, Don. Here comes a bus. See you later. Come on, Mary. Bum 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 bum. Say, Mary, have you got a cigarette?
Oh, sure, Jack. I have some right here. Oh, gee, I forgot to put them in my purse.
Well, here's a drugstore. I'll step in and get some.
Okay.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Ways of Wade, shaving cream, Kleenex.
No. I'd like to buy some...
Magazines, aspirin, sunglasses, white savers.
No. All I want is...
Seltzer, Tootsie Rolls, whiting papers.
I can't go into one store. Hold it, mister, hold it. As long as you're guessing and playing games, I'll give you a hint as to what I want. Now, what do you do that relaxes you and gives you pleasure?
I take off my girdle. What do you do?
Well, if you must know, I smoke a Lucky Strike.
Well, why didn't you say so? You want to pack a Lucky Strike?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet.
Huh?
Aren't you going to open your pack of Luckies here?
Well, if you want me to, certainly. There you are. Goodbye.
Not yet.
Oh.
Aren't you going to take out a Wookie and tear it down the center?
But...
I make all my customers do it.
Well, okay. There.
See how the tobacco holds together? No loose ends. No room for air spaces. Hot spots that burn harsh and dry. Wookies are made from long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco. That's why Wookie Strikes are my favorite brand.
Well, good. And thank you for showing me. Happy Easter.
Jack, you got the cigarette?
Yes. Come on, Mary. Let's keep walking.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh, me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Mr. Kitzel! Mr. Kitzel, it's nice running into you today.
Unusual pleasure, Mr. Benny. And how are you, Miss Livingstone?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Kitzel, you certainly look nice in those striped pants, cutaway coat, and top hat.
Thank
it's
you.
just right for Easter.
Oh, thank you. But you know, I'm also wearing it for sentimental reasons.
Oh.
This is the suit in what I got married.
Oh, when you got married?
Yes.
See, that must have been about 20 years ago.
Yeah, funny how a little thing like that sticks with you.
Yes.
Oh, my, I'll never forget that ceremony. When they said, if anyone has any objection to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yes?
A voice from the back hollered, don't marry her.
Oh, my goodness, who was it?
Me, I'm a ventriloquist.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Unfortunately.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, it was a pleasure running into you on Easter, but we've got to be moving along.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Goodbye.
You know, Mary, it's always nice running into Mr. Kitzel. I don't know, he seems so cheerful and...
Bun. Bun.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Me?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mary. Yeah?
What are you doing?
We're just strolling along in the Easter parade.
How far you going?
To La Brea.
That's fine.
What?
You said you was going to La Brea, and I said that's fine.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't you going to try to talk me out of it?
Not me. This is my day off.
Oh.
Well, happy Easter.
Well, same to you. Same to you. Come on, Mary.
What happened?
Nothing. It's all right. We can go to La Brea. Come on.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter. It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Dennis!
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Hey, Dennis, you having a nice Easter?
Oh, sure. I colored Easter eggs all morning, and then I hid them.
Uh-huh.
And then I told my mother to go look for them.
Ooh, that must have been fun.
Oh, no, it was a mess. The eggs splattered all over my mother's new dress, her 2 nightgowns, and 6 of my father's shirts.
Well, Dennis, where'd you hide the eggs?
In the washing machine.
In the washing machine?
Yeah, it was awful.
Dennis, I don't understand this. Colored Easter eggs shouldn't splatter. How long did you boil them?
Oh, boil them!
Mary, you take them, will you? I'm still a little sick from Phil. Go ahead.
Dennis, Jack and I are walking down as far as La Brea. Would you like to join us?
Sure, I'm not stuck up.
Well, that's mighty decent of you. And by the way, Dennis, be sure you're not late for rehearsals for my television show.
I won't. And my mother said that it's okay for me to appear on your TV program, Sonny, if you give me proper credit at the end.
What do you mean, proper credit?
Well, at the end of the program, she wants you to say, Dennis Day may also be seen on his own television show. You may buy his latest recording, I Hear a Rhapsody, at all music stores. He will soon be seen in 20th Century Fox picture, The Girl Next Door, and take your judo lessons from Yamashita.
Dennis, who in the world is Yamashita?
Oh, that's my mother's business name.
Say, Say, Dennis, while we're walking along, why don't you sing something?
Well, do you think it'll be all right? I mean, here on the street?
Well, sure. Everybody feels good today. It's Easter. They're all singing.
Okay.
In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover, and when they look you over, I'll be the proudest fellow in the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter
Back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, you can tear and compare and see with your own eyes how Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now, do exactly the same with the Lucky Strike. Then compare. You'll see some cigarettes are so loosely packed they fall apart. Others have air spaces, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. But you won't find that in a Lucky. Look at that perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco, so free of annoying loose ends that spoil the taste. Notice those long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco, so firmly packed to smoke smooth and even, giving you a milder, better-tasting cigarette. Yes, friends, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Bum, 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 be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, immediately after my radio show, I will do my 5th television program of the season. My guest stars will be Dennis Day, Rochester, and one of the world's greatest violinists, Mr. Isaac Stern. I will also play a violin solo. That's funny. They told me there would be applause here. Oh, well, happy Easter, folks.
The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes. This is Don Wilson reminding you to listen to your hit parade with Guy Lombardo every Thursday night, presented by Lucky Strike. Consult your newspaper for time and station. The Jack Benny program has been selected as one of the programs to be heard by our armed forces overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately.
Transcribed, this is the CBS Radio Network.
Broadcasting from the Naval Air Station in San Diego, Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're doing our program at the Naval Air Station in San Diego, I bring you the star of our show. A sailor who was in the First World War and still has a toupee with a crew haircut, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'll ignore that attempt at humor, but you're right. During the First World War, I was a sailor stationed at Great Lakes, Illinois. And you want to know something? What? Before we leave here, I'm going over to the recruiting office and try to enlist again.
Oh, Jack, they won't take you.
What'd you say, Don?
They won't take you.
I know, but where else can you get a physical for nothing? Anyway, Don, it certainly is a thrill being here at a naval air station. You know, they have so many different types of planes here. Banshees, Sky Raiders, Corsairs. And, Don, did you notice those huge Navy planes landing right on the water?
Oh, yes, Jack, but I was puzzled about those big things on the bottom where the wheels should be. What are they?
Oh, Don, those are pontoons. You see, they keep you afloat in the water.
Pontoons?
Yes, Don, those are the same things that automobiles use in Los Angeles. Which reminds me, Don, I have to be in Los Angeles 30 seconds after this program goes off the air. That's when I do my television show.
But, Jack, how can you make it from here to Los Angeles in 30 seconds?
Don, I'm going to use the quickest moving thing known to science.
Oh, are you taking one of those jet planes?
No, I'm going to go piggyback on a sailor with a 12-hour pass. That's why I brought my spurs. Anyway, oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, Mary, how do you like doing a show from the San Diego Naval Air Station?
Oh, it's fine, Jack. But you want to know something? I think the boys here are a little too playful.
What do you mean?
Well, when I was coming over here, one of the pilots grabbed my hat as a souvenir.
Grabbed your hat? Well, why didn't you grab it back?
I couldn't. He was in an F9F.
Really? How do you know there's so much about these boys?
Well, when we got here yesterday, one of the pilots took me in his airplane. And after 20 minutes, he said, "All right, honey, either kiss me or get out."
No.
So, naturally, I kissed him.
Well, Mary, I don't blame you. You wouldn't want to jump out of a plane 10,000 feet in the air.
What are you talking about? It wasn't off the ground yet.
Oh, then getting you into the plane was just a trick to kiss you, eh?
Yes, but then Captain Erdman warned me.
He warned you?
He said if I see any guy around here with puckered lips and he isn't carrying a bugle, watch out.
Well, that explains it. This morning, the whole base looked like Guy Lombardo's brass section here.
And, Jack,
what?
This pilot who took me up wants to impress me and show me how sophisticated he is.
Uh-huh.
So tonight he's going to take me to a club called La Cantina.
Oh, the La Cantina, huh?
Yeah, that's Spanish for butter your elbows and we can squeeze 5 more in.
Oh, is it that crowded?
Crowded. A seaman walked in there one night and came out wearing an ensign for a hat.
Mary, I think you're making this whole thing up. Every time we come to a... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh! Dennis, how come you're late? Where were you?
Well, I'd have been here earlier, Jackson, but I stopped off at a bar. You gotta live, bub, live.
Jackson, bar, bub?
Oh, boy, am I dizzy.
Dennis, do you mean to say they served you a drink?
No, they said I was too young, so they just spun me around on a stool.
What?
Hey, Hey, Don, have you got an Alka-Seltzer?
Dennis, what's the matter with you? All they did was spin you around on a stool.
Yeah, but they held my head in one place.
All right. I heard enough of that silly talk. Now, let's have your song. Anytime sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. I try to sing extra well for these boys because, I used to be in the Navy, too. I spent 2 years in the South Pacific.
I know you did, Dennis, and I was in the South Pacific, and, brother, I ran into some pretty rough seas.
So did I.
Were you ever tossed overboard?
Yeah, but the captain made the fellas cut it out.
Dennis, the boys kept throwing you overboard? That's terrible.
Oh, it was all right. The fish kept throwing me back.
Say, Dennis, when you first joined the Navy, how did they know how to classify you? How did they know what rank to give you?
Oh, that was easy, Mary. You see, first I had to fill out a lot of forms, answer a lot of questions, and then for 2 whole days they gave me a written test.
For 2 days? Hey, that must have been quite a test.
Yeah, and after it was over, they made me an ensign.
An ensign, huh?
Yeah, I wonder what they'd have made me if I passed.
Dennis, let's go back to the part where they were throwing you overboard, I like that better. Sometimes you say that...
Okay, fellas, here's Harris the Star, so tear up your passes and stay where you are.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Phil, what you won't do to get a reception. What a ham.
Well, I gotta do something when we travel around. You're the only one that gets all the big receptions. Look what happened yesterday when we arrived here. Who took all the bows? You did. I didn't get no welcome at all.
What are you talking about? After I signed all the autographs, I sent everyone over to get your autograph, too.
You did that just to show off. You know I can't write.
Well, Phil, I really forgot that you couldn't write. I didn't mean to embarrass you.
Oh, you didn't, eh? Then why did you hide my rubber stamp?
Because I thought you were going too far when you stamped your name on Admiral Baker's forehead. That's all. I was so embarrassed.
Wait a minute. Another thing, Jackson. I know that trick you played on me last year.
What trick?
You switched rubber stamps on me, and for the next 3 weeks I was signing my name Fragile, this end up.
What?
Mary told me.
Well, I knew nobody in your band could tell you because they can't read either.
Now, you see, there you go again, always picking on my band. Hey, Liv. Tell Jack to lay off of me.
Phil's right, Jack. His boys may not be great musicians, but at least they're gentlemen.
Mary, just because they tip their hats when they pass a pool room doesn't mean they're gentlemen. Now, let's forget.
No, I'm not forgetting it, Jackson. My boys don't like that stuff. They're sensitive.
Yes, Jack. The things you said about them at rehearsal made them cry.
Well, Mary, that doesn't mean they're sensitive. They'd cry at the drop of a bottle.
Only if it breaks.
Stop copying me. Phil, do me a favor, will you? Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitson. Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here at the San Diego Naval Air Station?
Well, I got a nephew stationed here.
Oh, I didn't know that you had a nephew in the Navy.
Of course I have. In fact, during the last war, he was stationed in Oahu.
Oh, Honolulu, Oahu?
No, Cleveland, Oahu.
Oh, Cleveland.
Mr. Kitzel, I didn't know your nephew was stationed here. What rank is he?
He's a seaman second hand.
You mean seaman second class?
No, second hand. They threw him out and took him back again.
Why did they throw him out?
Well, he used to be the day's barber, and one day he gave the Admiral a poodle haircut.
Oh, no wonder they threw him out. Tell me, Mr. Kitzel, are you having a good time in San Diego?
Ooh, a good time. Last night, my wife and I went to Tijuana, and we had... That's a fact. We went to Tijuana, and we had a real Mexican dinner.
Oh, you went to Tijuana?
Yeah, and all the natives are so polite there. You know, Mr. Benny, all day long they kept calling me Monsieur Kitzel.
Monsieur Kitzel?
Yeah, that's what they called me.
But in Mexico, it's Senor.
I know, but with my accent, they thought I was French.
Oh, well, it was nice seeing you, Mr. Kitzel. Goodbye.
Au revoir, Mr. Benny.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, tonight we are presenting a dramatic sketch of the sea called All Hands on Deck, or Load the Guns with Tabasco Sauce, Here Comes the Shrimp Boat. That's the silliest thing I'll say tonight. Now, Mary, there are only men on this ship, so there's no part in the play for you.
But, Jack, I want to be in it.
I can't help it, Mary. There's no part for you.
You let me be in it, or I'll tell all these fellows that when you were in the Navy, you saluted a barber pole because it had stripes on it.
I didn't salute. I just said hello. Now, let's get back to the play. As the scene...
Wait a minute, Jack. Jack, you said you'd check the technical terms we use in the sketch to make sure that we're correct. Did you do it?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot.
Well, you better check on it, Jackson. The last time we did a Navy sketch, your writers called the commander Warden.
Well, I'll check everything right now. I'll call up one of these ensigns. Oh, fellow, you in the first row, would you come up here, please? Thank you. I'll ask him down. He can tell us whether we're right or wrong. Oh, ensign, tell me, is the flat service on a carrier where the planes take off called a flight deck?
I don't know.
Oh, well...
Well, is the thing that the guns stick out of on a battleship called a turret?
I don't know.
Well, is the front part of a ship called a bow?
I don't know.
Well, for heaven's sake, a fine sailor you are. How'd you ever get in the Navy, anyway?
I was recommended by the Marines.
Oh, get out of here, will you? Now, we'll just have to do our sketch without any help. Okay, Phil. Music. As the scene opens, I, Captain McBenney, commanding officer of an aircraft carrier, am standing on the bridge of my ship, the USS Ulysses S. Sassafras.
Wipe your chin.
Quiet. We're on the high seas, knifing silently through the night toward our secret destination.
Captain McBenney?
What is it, Ensign Harris?
We've been at sea 24 hours now, and it's time to open our sealed orders. Here they are, sir.
Good. I'll open them. It's from Vice Admiral Sprague.
Is it important?
Yes, men. This is it. We're going all the way across.
What does it say?
Load supplies and head for Catalina. Men, we haven't much time. Let's send the planes up for a reconnaissance.
Ready planes for reconnaissance.
Gee, those propellers sure stir up the wind.
You ain't kidding. Your hair just went AWOL.
Never mind.
Plane number 7, now taking off for reconnaissance. Plane number 4, taking off for tactical maneuvers. Plane number 5, taking off for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Anaheim and Azusa and Cucamonga. We haven't been at war with them for years.
Captain McBenney.
Yes, Ensign McGay?
I would like to report the position of the USS Ulysses S. Sassafras.
Good. Wipe your chin. What's our longitude?
62 degrees south.
Our latitude?
48 degrees. Would you like to know the altitude?
Altitude? What do you mean, altitude?
You know that last plane that took off?
Yes.
We're still tied to it.
Oh, my goodness. Where are we now?
3,000 feet over Tijuana.
Tijuana?
I think.
3,000 feet?
I ain't been this high since last night at Sherman.
Stop reminiscing. Ensign McDay.
Yes, Captain McBenney?
I got a report that you disobeyed my orders. Last night you went swimming.
It wasn't my fault, sir.
What do you mean?
I took a walk around the deck, and this ship isn't as long as I thought it was.
Oh. Now, look, men. The good ship USS Ulysses S. Sassafras...
Wipe your chin.
...is out of operational maneuvers. We are now entering a blackout zone, so turn out all the lights.
Why, can the enemy see us?
No, but the audience can.
Oh. How did that wave get on deck? What are you doing here?
I was assigned here, sir, by the Navy Department.
Assigned here?
Yes.
What's your rank?
Manicurist, first class.
A manicurist. Good. There will be no hangnails on the USS Ulysses S. Sassafras.
Swab your lips.
Thank you. Now, men, man your battle stations and prepare for... Who can that be?
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester, why call now? We're in the middle of the sketch.
I want Mr. Benny to know I'm in San Diego. I just got in.
Just got in? I thought you drove down with Mr. Benny in the car.
No, I had some work to do, so I left yesterday.
Well, what made the train so late?
I didn't come by train. I was on Highway 101 freelancing.
You mean you hitchhiked?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, instead of buying me a train ticket, Mr. Benny gave me a road map and a short talk on the generosity of the American motorist.
Who is it, Wave?
Rochester.
How do you like that? Right in the middle of the sketch. Give me that phone. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. It wasn't so bad hitchhiking, and you were right.
I was right about what?
If you lie down in the middle of the highway, 9 out of 10 cars will stop.
Certainly.
But when that 10th car comes along, it better have a high crankcase.
Well, look, Rochester, you didn't have to call me in the middle of my show, did you?
Yes, boss, this is important. I met an old girlfriend here in San Diego, and, I thought maybe you'd let me use your car.
Well, you met a girlfriend, huh? Well, Rochester, of course you can have my car, but the tank is empty.
That's all right. I'll put in the gallon.
Why only a gallon?
I want to run out of gas when I reach the Silver Strand.
Well, I don't know, Rochester. I don't think I should let you have my car.
But you got to. This girl is beautiful.
She is, eh? What does she look like?
You want me to describe her to you?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a California sunset just as Mother Nature extinguishes its last golden glow with the tranquil waters of the blue Pacific?
Yes.
Well, put a sweater on it and you've got it.
Oh, I see.
Well, I better run along now. So long, boys.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Vice Admiral Thomas L. Sprague, Commander of the Air Force Pacific Fleet, Captain William L. Erdman, Commanding Officer of the Naval Air Station, and Lieutenant Harold C. Boudreaux, Special Service Officer, for inviting us down here. And fellas, I want to thank you, too, and tell you it's been wonderful being here. You've been a great audience, and... Come in. Yes, what is it, sailor?
I'm ready to take you to your television show, Mr. Benny.
Fine.
I got my pass. Just jump on my back and let's go.
Well, good. Come on, kid.
This has been the Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Jack Benny comes to you each week at this time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Folks, this is Phil. Now, here's a word from RCA Victor.
Here's a combination that's good company anywhere. An RCA Victor portable radio powered with RCA radio batteries. Yes, in the house and out, anytime, anywhere, you'll enjoy owning the pick of the portables. An RCA Victor. It's so compact, so light, that you'll be amazed at its selectivity, its extended range, and at the wonderful fidelity made possible by RCA Victor's exclusive Golden Throat tone system. And you'll get the strongest reception ever achieved on battery operation. For RCA radio batteries are radio engineered for top performance and extra listening hours. Yes, wherever you go, there's fun at your fingertips with an RCA Victor portable radio. So make this summer an extra happy one. Keep an RCA Victor at your side always. Stop by your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow and ask to see the many beautiful models. And for the best in portable radios, insist on and get RCA Victor. This is the time of year when that great American institution, spring cleaning, rears its ugly head. When those words are mentioned, most men dive for the nearest storm cellar. But not Phil Harris. Alice has told him to beat the rugs, and as we look in, we find him taking care of his chores.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. No, Phyllis, that's no way to beat a rug. You look like Spade Cooley directing his band. With a lot of chatter under one arm. Now try it again.
I'm trying, Daddy.
I know you're trying, but there's a right way and a wrong way. Baby Alice, show her the right way.
Daddy, I don't want to beat the rug.
But, honey, it's good for you. It'll make your hair blonde and curly.
My hair is already blonde and curly.
Oh, well, let me put it this way. Don't you want your hair to be black and straight?
No.
How about red and wavy?
No.
Now try bald and shiny. Girls, stop beating these rugs and go out and play. Phil, what's the idea of having the children do your work while you lie in that hammock and do nothing?
What do you mean, doing nothing? I suppose you think it's easy pouring through travel folders trying to decide where I should go on my vacation this summer. Look, honey, I thought that maybe we could go back to Paris this year. It's such an enchanting city.
No, we've been there once. I'd like to go to Hawaii.
No, there's so many more interesting things to see in Paris.
I'm not going to Paris. If you want to go to Paris, you can go alone. I have no intention. Phil Harris, come back here. Put down that suitcase. Take off your beret.
Oh, honey, I can't back out now. I've got tickets reserved to see the Can-Can dancers at the Folie Bergère. Oh, the way they make them ruffles.
Phil! Honey, you wouldn't really go without me.
Of course not. What fun could a man have in Paris without his wife? I deserve a lot of credit, don't I, dear?
What for?
For being able to say that line with a straight face.
Oh, Phil, let's go to Hawaii. That's the land of romance. It has balmy moonlit nights, scented tropical flowers, waving palm trees, beautiful native dancing girls,
and excellent pineapple juice.
Don't laugh. He'd go to Hawaii just for the pineapple juice.
What's wrong with that?
That's like buying a harem just to get your hands on a Turkish water pipe. Oh, honey, I don't feel like going to Hawaii. But look, Alice, that ocean trip, gee, that'd be nice. Look, hon, you got a little money put away. I say put away. Why don't you buy a boat and we'll take an ocean trip?
Wait a minute. Boats are expensive.
How much can the Queen Mary cost you?
I'm not buying the Queen Mary.
Well, how about that ship you built for the government?
Which one?
The Big Mo. Why don't you repossess it?
Phil, just going for a voyage doesn't appeal to me.
Well, I suggest we make it an educational vacation.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, why don't we go to Laguna Beach and study the mating habits of the Pismo clam?
Yes, that'd be nice. And then while we're there, we can delve into the shocking love life of the electric eel. I'm in favor of an ocean voyage, and it'll do Frankie a lot of good.
You mean Frankie's going with us?
Well, certainly, honey. He needs a change. I didn't want to worry you, but, well, Remley's a sick man. He went to the doctor last week, and the doctor told him to stop drinking.
The doctor told Frankie to stop drinking? What else did he tell him?
That's as far as he got. But they expect the doctor will pull through all right. No, it seems that Remley's run down and that he has to stop drinking and smoking.
Oh, now you know very well that Frankie won't pay any attention to the doctor.
Oh, yes, he will.
Hey, Phil, who's that strange man coming up the walk?
What stranger? That's Frankie.
Oh, he must be sick. I didn't recognize him. He's walking so funny.
Oh, he's not walking funny. Just the first time you've ever seen him walking straight. You know, you got to give that guy a lot of credit. He has strength of character and a lot of willpower. Just imagine cutting out smoking and drinking just like that. And it doesn't bother him in the least. You'd never know that. Oh, hiya, Frankie.
I think I'll kill myself.
Well, what's the matter, kid?
What's the matter, he says. You know the torture I've been going through? I haven't had a drink or a smoke. It's enough to drive a guy nuts. I'm going crazy.
How long you been off it?
5 minutes. Really, I don't know how long I can stick with this. It's making a nervous wreck out of me. My hands are starting to shake, and my voice is starting to quiver.
Oh, Remley. You're just a weakling. If you make up your mind to do something, do it. Look, if it'll help you, I'll give you some moral support. I'll go off the stuff with you. From this minute on, I won't smoke or drink.
You think you could quit, Curly?
Certainly. It's a cinch. From now on, I'll never have another smoke or drink, and I get. I sound like Milton Berle. I see what you mean. The mere thought of it makes me shudder.
Yeah, well, it's even tougher for me, Curly. It ain't easy being a sick man and not having anybody around me. Anybody to take care of me.
Don't you worry, doll. We got that all figured out. We're going to take care of you. In fact, we're just planning our vacation, and we're taking you with us. Aren't we, Alice?
No.
Alice, you mean you don't want me to go along on your vacation with you?
Oh, Frankie, I don't want you to misunderstand and think I'm against it. But the only way it's going to happen is over my dead body.
For a minute, I thought I wasn't welcome.
And you can stop looking like a wounded camel. I can't believe you're sick.
How can you say that? I'm a very sick man. Ooh! There go my earlobes again. Besides that, I just had a serious operation on my arm.
What kind of an operation?
I had my elbow corrugated so it won't skid off slippery bars.
Yes, honey, it's an old affliction known as wet sleeves. Alice, let's take Remley along, please.
Not a beggar, Curly. She doesn't want me to go, it's okay. But while she's gone, I'm certainly going to miss the sound of her glorious voice.
Well, I don't care if you... You think I have a glorious voice?
Better than that. Hearing you sing is the only thing that makes my life worth living.
I know how you feel, so let's both live a little, huh? The breeze is chasing the zephyr. The moon is chasing the sea. The bull is chasing the heifer. But nobody's chasing me. The rooster's chasing the chicken. The pee-wee, some wee pee-wee. The cat is taking the licking. But nobody's taking me. Nobody wants to own me, and I object. Nobody wants to phone me, even collect. The leopard chasing the leopard. The chimp, some champ, chimpanzee. The sheep is chasing the shepherd. but nobody's chasing me. Nobody's chasing me.
The flood is chasing the levee. The wolf is out on a spree. The Ford is chasing the Chevy.
But nobody's chasing me. Each night I get the mirror from off the shelf. Each night I'm getting nearer, chasing myself.
The clams are almost a mixin'. The hens are chasing TV. The fox is chasing the vixen.
But nobody's chasing me.
Nobody's chasing me.
Alice, that was splendid. Your voice is sensational. Why, you have a voice like... Am I going on your vacation?
No.
Marjorie Main. Alice, I'm not the type to resort to threats, but I'm warning you. If you don't take me along on your vacation, I'm going to tell your closely guarded secret to the whole world.
What secret?
That you're the mother of Betty Grable.
All right, Frankie.
And if that doesn't work, I'll be forced to tell him that you're not really Alice Faye. You're Colleen Moore in a blonde wig.
All right, you can stop already, Remley.
I got one more. Now, this is a beaut.
We don't want to hear it. Alice, Betty Grable's mother.
That's what you told me, Curly.
I didn't say she was her mother. I said she was her godmother. Alice happened to be there when Betty was born, and they asked her if she'd mind.
All right.
Look, Alice, why don't you want Frankie to go along with us this summer?
Oh, Phil, you know why. He'll take over and run our vacation for us. He'll tell us where to go.
No, I won't. Where we go is entirely up to you, Alice.
Well, in that case, you can come.
Good. Where do you want to go?
Well, I want to go to Hawaii.
I don't like it. Now, here's where we'll go. We'll get in your car and take a trip across the country. Says who? Says this poor sick man who, if you argue with him, his water-filled kneecaps will burst and flood your kitchen floor.
Got through all that, why couldn't you make the other one? I gotta remember that. What is that? That triple trick across the country? Triple trick. Triple trick?
Yeah.
Let's leave it alone. Let's don't. Hey, Alice, that auto trip does sound very good. Hey, let's see. Where can we go?
Our first stop will be the last frontier at Las Vegas. That will also be our last stop. No. They have wonderful food and 300 rooms, fully equipped with hot and cold running slot machines. They have RCA Victor radios in every room.
And their roulette wheels are all 45 RPM. It's going to be a swell motor trip, honey.
Wait a minute. The children are going with us, and it'll be too crowded with 5 in the car.
Not if you buy a trailer.
Yeah. Hey, a trailer would do it.
Sure.
Yeah, but where can I buy a trailer?
Come with me. They got some nice-looking stuff on this lot, haven't they, Curly?
Yeah, but Remley, these are all used cars.
Well, they got the trailers in the back.
Oh.
Hey, there's the owner of the lot, the guy that's standing with his back to it.
Well, let me do the talking now, because I'm going to buy this trailer.
Yeah.
Pardon me, sir.
Harris! Grogan!
You two know each other?
All right. Hey, Grogan, do you own this place?
Yeah.
That's all the recommendation I need. So long, buddy. I'll see you.
Come back here. Nobody leaves this lot alive without buying something.
Well, as long as you put it that way, I'll tell you what I want to buy.
Now, let's not start off on the wrong foot, eh? I'll tell you what you want to buy. Now, here is an automobile that I would like to see you drive. This is a brand new 51 Stanley steamer.
A 51 Stanley steamer?
Yeah, that's right. Be 52 next week. But the thing still runs like a charm.
Now, look, Grogan, I don't want to buy a Stanley steamer. What I came here for is I'd like
I got it. You evidently want something more modern, eh? Well, here it is. An up-to-the-minute Essex. I picked this thing up in Pasadena last week, and this car is just like new. It comes equipped with a crank handle, with isinglass side curtains, and with an old maid who's never been out of the garage.
Look, Grogan, I don't want a car. You see, I already have a car.
Shut up. I ain't finished with my sales talk yet. Now, if you want a car with a lot of power, this is it. Now, just to show you how much power this car has got, it has 10 holes on each side of the chassis.
What are the holes for?
The yours have got to stick out someplace.
Look, Grogan, I've been trying to tell you. You see, I don't want a car. I want to buy a trailer for me and my family.
A trailer? Well, Emily, what's the idea of bringing this gypsy around? Well, I don't have no trailers here, and Oh, yeah. I got something that can be converted into a trailer. You see, one of my buyers, he picked it up off the street this morning.
Well, if I can convert it, I might be interested. What is it?
A Beverly Hills fire engine.
Oh, that's all I need, driving across country in a hot hook and ladder.
Now, you got nothing to worry about because nobody will know that this fire engine is stolen, not the way I disguised it.
What'd you do?
I painted the ladders green.
Well, I think I've heard enough. You coming along, Remley?
I'm with you. Hey, Curly.
What?
I was thinking. A trailer costs a lot of money, and I don't want you to go to a big expense on my account.
Well, I think you're being very considerate, Remley. Then we won't buy a trailer?
No. We'll build one. You and me can do it in no time.
Yeah. That might be a lot of fun, and, well, it can't be too expensive.
No, of course not. All you'll have to pay for is material and labor.
What labor?
I get $2 an hour.
Look, you're going to work for nothing or you don't go.
Okay, Curly. You buy the materials, and I'll get some blueprints from a friend of mine. I can't wait for August so we can get rolling.
Oh, it's really going to be something, boy. Yeah. It's going to be great. Hey, but remember, Frankie, you better behave yourself on this trip. Don't get Alice mad at you, because that little blonde is murder when she goes on the warpath.
Does she get violent?
Violent? Let me tell you about it.
Do.
Mama's on the warpath. Mama's fighting mad. Mama's boiling, yes, Mama's on the warpath. Poor Papa got in bad. He's in bad, very bad, awful bad. Mama's on the warpath. Papa's leaving town, 'cause he's learned that when Mama's on the warpath, it just ain't safe to be around. Get away, get away. So if he runs away, he may live to fight another day. Before she throws him out, you can hear poor Papa yell and shout, take to the hills whenever Mama's on the warpath. Papa's laying low, 'cause he knows that when Mama's on the warpath, poor Papa better blow, brother blow, better blow, brother blow. Mama's on that warpath. Mama wears the pants, 'cause in our house when Mama's on the warpath, poor Papa ain't got a chance, not a chance, not a prayer, he's kaput. Mama's on the warpath. Papa's in the jam, and and he knows that if Mama's on the warpath, he'd better take it on the lam, better scram on the lam. Poor Papa's got a hunch, Mama's saving up her Sunday punch. She likes him black and blue, so there's only one thing Pop can do. Take to the hills whenever Mama's on the warpath. Give her lots of room, cause as Pop says when Mama's on the warpath, she's really riding on a broom, boom, boom, boom. She's a witch on a broom. Poor Papa's got a hunch, Mama's saving up her Sunday punch. She likes him black and blue, so there's only one thing Pop can do. Take to the hills whenever Mama's on the warpath. Give her lots of room, cause as Pop says when Mama's on the warpath, she's really riding on a broom. There went the last nail. Our trailer's all finished.
Yep. And I must say we did a great job. How do you like it, Curly?
I don't know. Since it's all finished, it looks awfully small. And why does the inside have to be lined with satin?
I don't know. I just followed the blueprints my friend gave me. He's a builder for a big outfit.
What outfit?
Kelly's Comfy Casket. Now, don't you worry. Plenty big.
Yeah? Lie down in it and try it for size.
No, Curly. We don't leave it lying down. Come on, give me a hand. We'll stand it up on end. There we are. Yeah. How do you think it looks?
It's still small. Don't look right.
Wait till we get it furnished. It'll look much better after we put in a couple of beds and a shower and a kitchen and a bar.
A bar? You couldn't get a highball glass in there without bending it. Maybe it will look better after we paint the wooden planks and get it up.
Harris. Hey, what's this little house you got out in your backyard?
Well, it's just something that I built for my family.
Couldn't afford indoor plumbing, huh?
Don't be a wise guy. That's a trailer.
This is a trailer? What do you expect to fit in that thing?
People. I'm going on a trip and I'm putting my whole family in there.
You must have some tall, narrow relatives.
I'm getting 5 people in there.
Are you kidding? You couldn't get 2 people in there unless you melted them down first.
Now, what do you know, kid? This trailer's plenty big. Just step inside with Curly and me, and I'll show you.
Okay. You 2 go first, and I'll follow you in.
Okay, come on, Remley. See, it's very cozy in here, kid.
Yeah, it's very nice in here, Julius.
It's even nicer out here.
Now, he didn't come in with us. Hey, Remley, open that door.
Yeah. Won't open, Curly. I think it's stuck.
Stuck. Hey, Julius, why's the door stuck?
I don't know. Unless it's because I left it.
All right, Julius, you can open the door. Come on, cut the kid and let us out of here.
Yeah, I'd like to, fellas, but I can't get at the key.
Why not?
I swallowed it. At last I got you guys where I want you.
Hey, Julius, this ain't a laughing matter. We're liable to suffocate.
Oh, I wouldn't want that to happen to you. Don't worry, I'll get you out. I'll call the fire department.
They won't come. The trailer's not on fire.
It will be as soon as I find a match. I should have a good blaze going by the time the firemen get here.
Julius, don't you dare set this on fire.
I never saw such a fuss budget. Fellas, I got a way of getting you out. The trailer's on a hill.
So?
So if I let it roll down, the tree at the bottom will unlock it. I'll just pull the blocks out from under the wheels here and let it roll.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. If that trailer rolls into that tree, me and Remley might get killed.
Now, that's the chance I have to take. You're rolling good now. Uh-oh, they missed the tree and they're heading for the house. Oh, Bill, you're running on the boat. You're in the house. He's on his way in. Open the kitchen door and duck.
How many times have I told you fellas not to come in the kitchen without wiping your feet?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Here's an album that belongs in your record library. The magnificent new RCA Victor Red Seal recording of Mario Lanza, singing 8 of the arias from his new MGM film musical, The Great Caruso. Now the full, rich voice of America's most sensational tenor is captured in all its beauty on RCA Victor Red Seal records. It is the Lanza that has moved motion picture audiences to clap and cheer as if the film were a live performance. And you will feel that same excitement when you listen to RCA Victor's Great Caruso album. Yours to enjoy not just once, but over and over again through the years. It's available now at your RCA Victor dealers in all 3 record speeds, 78, long play, and 45. Stop in tomorrow and get your copy of the thrilling RCA Victor Red Seal album featuring Mario Lanza in selections from The Great Caruso.
This is Phil again. Folks, what I'm going to tell you now is not only terribly important, but it's the truth. Many, many letters that both Alice and myself are receiving now from servicemen and servicewomen right in Korea, or those who have come back from Korea, are urging the folks at home to please write cheery, newsful letters to the boys over there often, with just snapshots or clippings from the paper or little things that are happening to the folks back home so that they just won't feel as though they've been forgotten. Mail from home means more than you can imagine. So write to our guys and gals in uniform tonight, and thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast was Sheldon Leonard. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
For the first time, hear Catherine Cornell on Theater Guild, later on NBC.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Jack Smith, I got a smile in my voice tonight. Someone waits for me. Philco Radio Time, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Stepp Trotter, his orchestra and chorus, Dick Henderson, Peggy Lee, and Bing's guests, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. And here is the slipcover that walks like a man, Bing Crosby.
A slip cover, eh, Ken? That's something you throw over the faggy feet, isn't it?
Well,
the first number will be a pretty little calypso ditty titled I Do Like You. Sounds like it was written by Joe Frisco with a repeater pencil. I don't like men, women I don't like too. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. I don't like milk, spinach I don't like too. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am strange, it is intentional. I don't like men, women I don't like too. I think that I don't even like myself, maybe silly, but he's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. You don't like me. You don't like you. Do you like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. Like you. Spinach I don't like too. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Oh, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. No, if you think I am strange, it isn't intentional. I don't like men. You don't like men. Women I don't like too. You don't like you. I don't even like myself, maybe see, but he's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. I do like you.
I can think of another exception. People do like the Philco 1201.
Not so fast, Cop. We're getting complaints about you in the 1201.
Well, what have I done, Bing?
Haven't you been saying that a 5-year-old kid can play the 1201?
Sure, because it's the easiest way to play records ever invented. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's got you in hot water with the 2-year-old. Mothers are writing in.
Oh?
No fooling. They say their kids can play just as good as a 5-year-old. And what you're saying is a slap in the face to the 2-year-old market. Big thing here, you know. Old McGilla.
I was only trying to say that 1201 is so simple even a child can play it.
Well, you better make amends for the 2-year-olds right now, or we'll have a diaper line picketing the program.
Okay, Bing, I'll be glad to include them from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, our listeners report that even a 2-year-old child can play the Philco 1201 without risk to the records or the phonograph. Take your youngsters to your Philco dealer now and see how ideal this new kind of radio phonograph is for even very young children. Only Philco makes the 1201. It's the newest invention in radio from Philco, the leader.
Peggy Lee is here to sing, and for a very definite reason, ain't Peggy?
Yes, for sentimental reasons.
It worked out just like this.
I love you for sentimental reasons. give you my
sweet, Peggy. Very sweet indeed. Now, before John Scott stops quibbling and the band loses its beat, I shall follow with What Am I Going to Do About You? Didn't mind the others I knew, but what am I gonna do about you? I thought that love and I were all through. Then your smile came out of the blue. Oh, what am I gonna do about you? My hopes were growing dimmer, my strength is slimmer each passing day. I could have held out longer, but love was stronger. You had your way, and now all my dreams, and I've had a few, suddenly are all coming true. What are you gonna do about me? What am I gonna do about you? What are you gonna do about me? And what am I gonna do about you? We don't start so good, but we finish big. Thank you. Now we have a young fellow over here whose left hand always knows what his right hand is doing. Kit Henderson. His selection, Lover. Mr. Henderson, please. Thank you, Lyle. It was very exciting. The calendar says that spring is upon us, though some sections of the country may doubt it. In such a situation, love and bloom seems indicated. Just a minute. It appears the forces of live radio have dropped a viper into the fiddle section.
Let me alone. I'll get it.
Just a minute. Hey, you. Have you ever played this number before, Bud?
Played it? I made it.
Well, I should have known. Jack Benny. I certainly expected you tonight, Jack. I expected you over, but I didn't expect to find you in the orchestra.
I can't understand it. I've never played so poorly.
Oh, cheer up, Jack. Sure you have.
Thanks, kid. But I practiced all morning to limber up. I even washed my fingers in Does. Does doesn't do it. I'm dead.
Better switch the Wheaties, kid. But, Jack, I thought Mary was going to come with you. Where is she?
Oh, she stopped by the Musicians' Union to pay my dues.
You belong to the Musicians Union?
Don't act so shy.
Well, never heard of that.
Of course I belong to the Musicians Union. I'm one of the charter members. You see, years ago I had a little band. We all joined together.
Oh, I know the group well. A fife, a drum, and a guy with a bandage around his head.
So far, I've had nothing. Look, I don't mean the spirit of 76. My band was called Jack Benny and his Sizzling Gobblers.
Sizzling Gobblers?
That's the line they gave me.
Yes.
We specialized in turkey trot.
That's the line. And I'll bet your drummer had drumsticks that were really drumsticks.
Yeah, he used to drive me crazy with that munching during my solo. Can't understand it. Bill Morrow used to write for me. Bing, what I wanted to see you about is a business proposition. What are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to take a vacation.
Well, I've got an idea where you and I could combine business with pleasure.
I'm afraid not, Joe.
But Bing, I mean, this is a chance to pick up some extra money. And that never hurts. You know.
Oh, no, it's spending that hurts, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. It doesn't bother me.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Well, Mary Livingston.
Get a load of her all dressed out like Mrs. Astor's horse. Listen, you never get all dressed up like that on my program.
Well, how often do I sit on Bing Crosby's lap?
Well, you're not on Crosby's lap.
Where do I get rolling?
Hey, just kidding, Bing. Nothing will happen.
You keep out of this.
Listen, I've been thinking of this for years, and I might as well come right out and say it. What do all the women see in Bing Crosby? Look at him. He's got blue eyes like mine. Blue eyes like mine.
Stop there, brother.
Mary, all I want to know is, did you go to the Musicians Union and pay my dues?
Yes, and I was never so touched in my life.
What do you mean, touched?
The pillow wept when I handed him your money. Little chunks of stone were rolling down his cheeks.
I don't know. Jimmy always was a great big softy. All right, Mary, where's my card?
Here.
Just a minute. This isn't a musician's card.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They transferred you to the Plumbers Union.
The Plumbers Union?
Your plunger arrives tomorrow.
What?
I can't wait to hear your first solo. Gonna be asleep on the beach, huh?
I still had nothing. That's a fine way to treat. That's a fine way to treat a charter member. Anyway, I'm going to play the violin because I need it in our act, you know.
What act?
The band act that I planned for you, Mary, and myself, Jack Benny and company. Now, Bing, look, there's no sense in you taking a vacation all summer. And this Macombo offer is sensational.
We're playing the Macombo? Isn't that pretty frank for an act like the one you've got planned?
Oh, I don't mean the Macombo restaurant in Hollywood. I got this offer from a fellow named Mo Combo. Certainly you've heard of Mo. He used to be a prize fighter.
Oh, an ex-program. Has he got an ear for music?
No, as I recall, he doesn't have any ears at all. But he's got a wonderful restaurant right on the ocean of Pismo Beach.
Fly fish at high tide and cook fish at low tide.
Fly fish at high tide. Across his lap, will you?
You're lucky I'm here. He'd have gone home long ago.
You're so right.
Listen, Bing.
Hi.
Bing, you've got to go up to Pismo Beach with me. Oh, they're building a terrific show around my band.
Yeah?
See, Mo's already signed up a sensational dance team.
Who's he got, the Disciples?
No, it's Velas and Barracuda. Oh, Jackson, you ought to have two shows. Hey, listen, I figure you on the cymbals You know how you used to play the singers.
Yeah.
See? Mary on the vocals.
And you on the plunger.
Just keep it up and I'll replace you with Peggy Lee. Now, I figure for our opening tune, we'll do Margie.
Margie? That's going back a little, isn't it?
What's wrong with Margie? It's a hit parade tune.
Margie was on the hit parade when men who know tobacco best were Indians.
And Effie Boone's name was Daniel.
Yeah. Well, as long as we've gone this far, LX and that team. Dr. Max, all the tech. Yes, sir, you bet. Oh, I say, hey. Well, then we better rehearse our act. Let's run through it, huh?
You take the vocal with me, Mary.
Oh, I can't sing, Boone.
With Jack on the violin, who's going to hear it? Come on.
That's too loud.
Not loud enough. I can still hear you.
Yeah?
I want my mother to hear me.
What?
I want my mother to hear me.
Whistler's mother can hear you. Now stand back, will you?
All right.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, he's still John.
Huh?
How'd that get in there? What's that?
Well, I'm the leader. I'll have to have a solo.
You do that opening night, and I'll hit you right in the face with a flounder.
There'll be no fish swinging on the opening night.
All right, let's get back to Margie. You ready, kid?
Now, wait a second. Margie.
Bang. Right.
Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you. Don't forget your promise to me. I have got a home and
John, your wife is singing.
you've been my inspiration, say, darling. After all is said and done, there is really only one. Oh, Margie, it's you.
Very good, Jack. I think your band act with a little more rehearsal will be out of this world. Well, thanks, Ken. Just like that great new table model Soco radio phonograph of the automatic changer. You know, Jack, that's got everything but everything. That new record changer, for instance, that's really a honey. Quiet, easy on your records, and changes up to 12 records automatically. Say, Ken, what are you talking about? Some new kind of a gramophone? Jack, the gramophone went out with button shoes. And when did button shoes go out, may I ask?
Jack, Ken is trying to tell you, like I've been trying to tell you, they make a radio and phonograph together now. It's all in one set.
Oh, it sounds like some Buck Rogers scheme, doesn't it? No, this Soco's way ahead of Buck Rogers, Jack. Got a featherweight tone arm with a permanent type needle, good for thousands of players. Well, I'll be darned. This Soco has a powerful built-in speaker that gets you gorgeous tones from radio and records, too. A built-in speaker? That's right. How are you going to stick your head in the horn to hear if it's built in? No, you don't have to stick your head in the horn, Jack. This Soco has a beam power 10-code audio system packed full of power for rich, rounded tones. Well, does it have earphones for stations that are over 20 miles away? No, you don't need any earphones, Jack. And believe me, you can't go wrong with Soko's new table model this time. No. I say you can't go wrong with. I'm not getting paid for this. The new table model radio phonograph with automatic record changer. Got everything, and it's a Soko, famous for quality the world over.
The Wilson story, the anniversary song. We danced on the night we were wed. We vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world wasn't blue. There were stars in the sky, except for the few that were there in your eyes. Dear, as I held you close to mine, angels were singing a hymn to your charms. To hearts gently beating, murmuring low, darling, I love you so. The night seemed to fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but recall that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unovered by time. Here is a reminder to everybody concerning the 1947 Red Cross Fund. There are 80,000 patients from World War I and World War II who require skillful attention. It seems that a grateful nation should give generously to those who gave so much. Well, about time to put the cat out. But before sending Cabby forth into the night air, I want to thank Jack and Mary for a delightful visit.
Oh, who's on your show next week, Dan?
We got right, Oh, no, that was wrong. That's
Who's on your show next week, Dan?
Well, next week, Mary, we're going to have an old-time minstrel show, and my guests will be John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson.
John Charles Thomas and Al Jolson?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather hear those guys sing than eat.
How do you know? You've never heard them eat.
Stop punching, Mary, will you?
With his special guest, Jack Benny. Come on down to Blue Ribbon Town, where you'll down your daily care. With Jack Benny visiting us, there's plenty of excitement in Blue Ribbon Town tonight. Ready and eager to greet their famous guests are Faye McKenzie, Bill Days, Leo Gorcey, Robert R. Brewster and his Blue Ribbon Blenders, yours truly, Ken Niles, and the leading citizen of Blue Ribbon Town, our happy host of hilarious hijinks, Groucho Marx.
much, Faye. Gosh, Faye, this is certainly a red letter day in Blue Ribbon Town with Jack Benny coming to visit us.
Certainly is, Bill.
Say, Groucho, you never did tell us what your visit to Jack Benny last Sunday was like.
I had a wonderful time, and his rates weren't too high either.
Oh, Mr. Marks, you don't really mean that Jack Benny charged you.
I don't know, Bill, but that was the first time I ever sat in a rocking chair with a meter on it. But I must say the dinner Jack prepared was very nice. He had a beautiful golden brown turkey on the table.
Say, that was very generous of Jack.
Yes, it was. A very unusual turkey, too.
What do you mean?
It was the first turkey I ever ate made out of grape nut flakes.
Was the stuffing good?
Yes, it was. If you like more grape nut flakes.
Well, did you meet Phil Harris? I think he's awfully cute.
Yes, he is. Cute and ignorant. You should have heard what he told me when I asked him if he liked the songs of Rimsky-Korsakov.
Why? What did he say?
He thought they were a great team and wanted to know which one did the lyrics, Rimsky or Korsakov. And when I asked him about Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite, he wanted to know what hotel it was in. Well, everybody knows it's the ambassador.
Hey, Marcy, is our distinguished guest here yet?
Well, everybody's entitled to one mistake, and here's Mother Nature's. Leo Gordon.
Hey, Marcy, I just heard you talking about Phil Harris. You know, he's an old schoolmate of mine. Gee, I ain't seen Phil since we was in the 5th grade together.
You ain't?
No, just think. 2 whole years has fled by. Say, Marcy, did you enjoy yourself at Jack Benny's house last Sunday?
Yes, I did, Gorsey, but I'm always glad to be back here in Blue Ribbon Town with my own happy little family.
You're right, Groucho. We are one happy little family. I like you so much, Groucho.
And I like you, Faye.
And I like you too, Mr. Marks.
And I like you, Bill.
And Marcy, I like you likewise.
And Gorsey, I like you lengthwise. But really, kids, I am fond of you. Ah, my happy little family. I feel like taking you all in my arms. You, Bill, and you, Gorsey, and you, Faye. Hey, Bill, why don't you and Gorsey get out and make more room for Faye? Jack Benny's main reason for coming up here is to get a complete vacation. He's mentally worn out from doing his radio show for so long.
I can understand that. Jack Benny's certainly been on the air a long time, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Why, Benny's been on the air so long, he can remember when John wasn't even married to his first wife. I don't want you to mention a single word about radio to Jack Benny or to do anything that will even remind him of radio. You see, Benny has radioitis.
Oh, I get it. You mean he's allergic, huh?
Gorsey, I bet you don't even know what allergic means.
Hey, certainly I do. Then he's allergic to radio like I'm allergic to jail.
Allergic to jail? I don't quite see the connection.
Well, every time I'm in jail, I break out. See you later, Marcy.
Well, Faye, while Gorsey's breaking out of jail, why don't you break in the song?
I'd like to, Ken. I'll sing Suddenly It's Spring from the Paramount picture, Lady in the Dark. Why is my heart dancing, imagine dancing? You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing, not sad, just sighing? I'm young and free and suddenly it's spring. High on a hilltop, love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely. Can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's spring.
I'd like you to meet a man.
There goes Niles again, bringing another pat-pappy poet. Who is it this time, Niles?
Well, this is Simon the Swami. He's a crystal gazer and a very jovial person.
A jovial crystal gazer, eh?
Yes. How does he strike you?
I don't know how he strikes me, but I'd sure like to strike him.
You would? Why?
I've always wanted to strike a happy medium.
Silence! I'm Simon the Swami. My marvelous crystal can tell you if Mama is packing a pistol and whether the step you are planning to take will land on a pillow or poison a snake. But these days I work gazing carefully through our gun sights for errors. I find very few. And during my leisure, I comfortably peer into crystal clear glasses of blue ribbon beer.
All over America, when people sit down for an hour or two of comfortable leisure, they always seem to call for a glass of mellow, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Since 1844, we've brewed and sold some of the world's finest beers. And today, Pabst Blue Ribbon is the finest of all. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from 33 fine brews. And there's a whole century of brewing skill and knowledge in every delicious drop. Order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, I'm glad the kids are all left. I want Jack Benny to feel like he's really going to get a rest from radio. Oh, there's Benny now, pulling out in a taxi cab. I'll open the door for him.
But driver, 35 cents. Can't be over 7 miles from here to the station. Well, all right.
Oh, hello, Groucho. Well, if it isn't Jack Benny, the last of the Waukegans. Come on, Jack, come into my house. Relax and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And, Jack, I want you to know that I told everybody in town that you're here for a rest, and that they're not to mention anything about radio.
Thanks again, Groucho. I appreciate that. You know, Groucho, to me, you're just a friend. I've never regarded you as a radio comedian.
Don't look now, Jack, but you just lost a friend. Well, now that you're here, you may as well start relaxing. Just sit back in that easy chair there, and I'll get you a little snack I've prepared over there on the table.
Oh, good. I could eat a little something.
Here you are, a bowl of your favorite grape nut flakes.
Well, gee, thanks, Groucho. Wait a minute. You're supposed to pour cream over them, not Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
You take care of your sponsor, and I'll take care of mine.
Hey, Groucho, this is swell. It's the first time in years I've been able to have 2 minutes to myself without someone talking shop.
Jack, the word radio isn't ever going to be mentioned around here. Say, how about the music? I'll turn on the, yes? How'd you like to listen to the vacuum cleaner? Maybe I can pick up stardust.
No, I'd rather just sit here and take it easy and talk about other things than, you know what.
Suits me.
Well, what would you like to talk about, Groucho?
Oh, anything you'd like to talk about, Jack.
Well, I'd like to talk about anything you'd like to talk about, Groucho.
Well, that settles it. We'll talk about women. Say, how are you and Gladys Zabisco? Are you still that way about each other?
Gladys?
Yeah.
No, we've, shall we say, fifth? Pardon me, I didn't mean to serve it.
Well, that's too bad, Jack. Oh, by the way, Gladys was a waitress, wasn't she?
Yeah. Gosh, I'm really broken up about it.
You really liked her, eh, Jack?
Yeah, I loved her. Gee, she was cute. Used to get a lot of tips, too.
Well, that is true love. Oh, well, that's enough about women. Say, there's a great trout stream near here, Jack. How about you and me doing a little fishing?
No, I just want to relax.
No fishing?
No fishing.
All right, and let's talk about women again. Say, Jack, remember that little dance that we both went for when we were in Vaudeville? What was her name again?
You mean Lena Hackenbush?
Yeah, little Lena. Remember little Lena Hackenbush?
Yeah. I also remember that nasty trick you played just because she liked me better than you.
What do you mean?
Well, Lena always went for athletic men, and what she admired most about me was my flat, trim waistline. So you try to convince her that I wore a girdle.
It's not true. I never said you wore a girdle.
No, you never said it, but every time I was out alone with her, you'd sneak up from behind and snap me.
Well, enough of reminiscing, Jack. How about going for a little walk and really seeing Blue Ribbon Town?
No, Groucho. I just want to sit here and relax.
No walking?
No walking.
Well, back to women again. Say, by the way, Jack, I have a picture of you and Lena Hackenbush upstairs that was taken 20 years ago.
Gosh, Groucho, 20 years ago. Would you get it for me?
Gladly, Jack.
Say, is that the one where Lena's running her fingers through my hair?
That's the one.
Gee, I'd love to see Lena again.
And I'll bet you'd love to see your hair again. Well, I'll get the picture and be right back.
Well, Mr. Benny.
Yes, young man.
Mr. Benny, I'm Bill Days, one of Mr. Marx's happy Blue Ribbon Town family.
Glad to know you, kid. What's on your mind?
I sing.
Well, that's nice. When Groucho comes down, you can sing for him.
But I don't want to sing for Groucho. I want to sing for you, Mr. Benny.
Sing for me? What for?
Well, gosh, after you hear me, I know you're going to want me on your program.
Look, kid, I came here to forget radio. Didn't Mr. Marx tell you not to bother me?
Yes, but, gee, I couldn't help it. Being on your show gives a person so much prestige.
Look, kid, You really think of that?
Yes, I do. Gosh, Mr. Benny, you're just about the best there is in your field.
Am I? Would you mind saying that a little louder, Bud?
Louder? Why?
Fred Allen doesn't hear as good as he used to.
Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, Mr. Benny. You're absolutely top. The greatest there has ever been. You just don't realize it.
Oh, I do, too. Well, go ahead, kid. Sing. I don't mind. Go on. Smart kid. Got good taste, too, this kid. Really has.
I used to be bewildered. Now I know why I go walking round in a wonderful glow. There's a lot. Here am I riding high on a hill, far away from the usual road, with a world of my own at my feet. All because fate was heavenly sweet. And of that we meet. Never dreamed in my wildest dream that I'd fall quite so wholeheartedly. Now I know love is all that it's cracked up to be.
Well, do I get to be on your show, Mr. Benny?
Well, gosh, kid, I don't know. You're a tenor.
What's wrong with that? Don't you always have tenors? Kenny Baker, Dennis Day?
Yes, I never fail to have trouble with them about money. And then, kid, with tenors, you always have mother trouble. Tenors just seem to have mothers. I can't imagine why.
But gee, don't you think having a mother is pretty true of most people?
Yes, I suppose so. But with tenors, somehow it's worse. Tenors have mothers who look like fathers. Besides, I already have a contract with Dennis Day, an extremely fine tenor, so you can see nothing, absolutely nothing, could make me change my mind.
But for such an opportunity, Mr. Benny, I'd even be willing to work for nothing.
Please, kid, I'm not... I wonder if Dennis's mother would slug me if I broke his contract. Kid, you say you'd be willing to work for nothing?
Well, practically, I'd be willing to accept $40 a week.
$40 a week? Who do you think you are, Lawrence Tibbett? Why, Dennis only gets 35 now. He thinks he gets 186,000, you know. On the other hand, if you'd be willing to work for...
Hold on there, Benny. A fine thing. A guest to my house trying to steal my tenor. There's nothing lower than a man who'd steal a tenor. Unless it's a man who'd steal a bass. I wouldn't have said that, Benny, except that the baseball season's just about to start. And have to give me that line about not talking shop.
But, Groucho, I didn't approach him. He approached me.
That's right, Mr. Mark. I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to get on his show. Do you realize that being with Jack Benny automatically means being a great success?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it's true. Name one person on Jack Benny's show who hasn't become a famous man.
All right. Mary Livingston. Now, run along, and let's not hear any more of this.
Well, Jack Benny, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Ken Niles.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Benny, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. Yes, sir, you need an announcer like me on your show.
You too, Niles?
Oh, quiet, Groucho. I'm talking to a radio star. You know, Jack, Don Wilson's not laughing like he used to. That booming quality, that wonderful chuckle, those real honest-to-goodness guffaws, he just doesn't have it anymore.
He doesn't?
No. Now, just try me out. I'll throw you a feed line for an old joke. Any old joke.
The way he throws himself at the man is degrading.
Let's see. Say, Jack, who's that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, well, all right. That was no lady, Ken. That was my wife.
Isn't that wonderful? That's marvelous, isn't it?
Isn't it revolting?
Well, what do you say, Mr. Benny? Am I better than Don Wilson?
Well, I don't know. Wilson is fatter than you. He has more to laugh with.
Well, I admit Don Wilson's a lot fatter than I am, but name one thing he can do that I can't do.
Well, Wilson can take a shower without getting his feet wet. Niles, you don't want to really leave me, do you? I thought we were one big happy family here.
Yeah, but this is Jack Benny, the Jack Benny.
So I'm Groucho Marx, the Groucho Marx. So what?
That's what I say. So what?
I know how you feel, son. Sometimes I even try to forget I'm Jack Benny.
Yes, but it's such a thrill when he remembers.
Well, Mr. Benny,
there must be a joke in here for me someplace.
You want me to help you look, Jack?
Well, Mr. Benny, you haven't given me a chance. You haven't heard me do a commercial. Just listen.
Niles, will you get out of here and let Benny and me go back to what we were discussing?
Oh, women. Well, while you're on the subject of beautiful women, Groucho,
I defy you to make a commercial out of that one.
Don't be too sure. Did you ever stop to think that a beautiful woman is a perfect blend of lovely attributes? Her smile, her grace, her lovely face, and so forth.
There he goes with that magic word, blend.
It is a magic word, Groucho, especially when it comes to beer. You see, skillful blending of a number of different brews brings a smoothness and mellowness to beer that you just can't get any other way. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from no fewer than 33 fine brews. That's why a glass of Pabst is like an old friend. Its welcoming flavor is always the same, always delightful. Remember, there's a century of brewing skill in every delicious drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon. A 100-year tradition of hospitality in every sparkling glass. So, order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon. Well, there it is, Mr. Benny. Think it over. I'll be waiting for your answer. Toodle-doo.
Shall we dance? Fine, happy family I've got. That's the second trader who wants to desert me.
Yes, and a fine rep having away from radio. I had to come back for that line, you know.
Oh, gotcha.
Hello, Faye. I'd like
you
to...
don't have to introduce him. Anybody'd know this is Jack Benny.
Oh, I guess I am rather easy to recognize.
Oh, yes, I've seen you in pictures, and I could tell it was you by your kind eyes, your strong, manly jaw, your big, brawny arms rippling with muscles.
Would you mind saying that a little softer, please?
Softer? Why?
My draft board is listening in.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you do have such a nice physique, such a trim, fit waistline.
Well, Groucho Marx, you snapped me again.
There's never a shortage of rubber around Benny.
You know, you're quite attractive, Miss Mackenzie.
Oh, thanks, but don't call me Miss Mackenzie. You can call me Faye.
I can?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, you can call me Jaxie Poo.
And you can call me when my stomach returns to normal.
You know,
in about 3 months.
You know, Faye, now that I've met you, I'm going to hate leaving Blue Ribbon Town. Too bad you don't live in Hollywood. We could see more of each other.
Well, Jackie Poo, I'd love to live in Hollywood if I thought I could find a job there.
Well, Faye Poo, I'm a rather important man in Hollywood. I could probably line up some sort of a position for you.
Oh, Pooh, how wonderful. I know I'll be very happy working on your show.
Pooh? Was that Pooh or Pew? P-O-O. Well, Miss Mackenzie, I did not offer you a job on my show. I came here to forget my show.
Oh, but Jackie Poo, how can you forget your show? A great comedian like you. Why, as far as I'm concerned, you're the grand old man of radio.
Don't let my gray hair fool you. I'm just breaking it in for a silver fox. Hey, I'm really not old. It's just that I began my career so young, 30 years ago. Well, I was just a knee pan.
Yes, and he looked awfully funny. A grown man of 25 running around a knee panty poo. Excuse me while I answer the phone. Jack, excuse me while I answer the phone.
That never happens on my show.
Everything happens on our show. Hello? No, goodbye.
Who was that, Groucho?
It was the wrong number. That's never happened on any other show before either.
Hiya, Marcy. Hiya, Mr. B. Say, I've been listening to your programs lots of times, and I think it's great.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed, Mr. G, but I don't care to discuss.
There's one thing wrong, howsoever. That guy, Phil Harris, detracts from the refinement and culture of the program.
You really think so?
There ain't a participle of a doubt. And believe me, the lack of culture is a terrible curse that should be visited on no man.
You're absolutely right, Gorsey Pooh. So please stop visiting me.
Not only is Phil Harris ignorant, but he also has a terrible vocal ferry. The guy knows nothing about nothing, especially grammar. Not only can't he conjugate conjugation, but he can't even subjunct subjunction. Boy, what a soliloquy. See, what you should do, Benny, is get someone to take Harris's place. Someone who's got class, refinement, and education. In other words, me.
That's more than I had on the whole program.
I'll tell you, Jack.
Listening to you, Gorsey, Phil Harris sounds like Anthony Eden.
Well, I know my speech ain't so hot, but my writing is very audible. Think on that, Benny. I'll see you later.
Some happy family I've got, Jack. Everybody has tried to leave me for your radio show.
Yes, in fact, Rochester's was the only job that nobody wanted.
Yeah, some happy family, all right. What loyalty. They don't even know the meaning of the word. loyalty, faith, semper fidelis is discouraging.
Oh, come, Groucho. Chin up. Carry on.
No, Jack. Without the loyalty, without the faith of those one holds dear, life becomes nothing but a hollow mockery, a sham. A mere existence, hardly worth continuing.
I wouldn't try so hard, Groucho. It's too late for the Academy Award. You know?
He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Oh, I know you're hurt, Groucho, but after all...
You're a good friend, Jack, but don't try to soften the blow. I'm disappointed in my so-called friend. Wanted to leave me to go with your show. It hurts, Jack. It hurts here. Now it hurts there, too.
There, Groucho, don't take it so hard.
I can't help it, Jack. There's only one thing left for me to do now.
What's that?
Mr. Benny, how about you all let me take Rochester's place?
Mr. Benny, if you want to hear how I deliver an important message on the show, just grab an earful of this. Neighbors, income taxes are vital to the support of our government. Right now, I'd like to let everybody in on a message I have here from Uncle Sam. He considers the prompt filing of income tax returns so important this year that he's asking everybody to find out what they owe him just as soon as possible. Don't wait until the March 15th deadline. Find out where you stand. You may owe more or less than you think. Get straightened out early. If you haven't received forms, write the office of your local collector of internal revenue immediately for forms and information. You can find out his address at your nearest bank or post office. If you need help with filing your returns, you can get it free of charge at the same office. But ask for it in time to avoid the rush. Remember, file early. It's more important this year than ever before.
Well, Groucho, it's time for me to leave. I want to thank you for your hospitality.
It was nice having you, Jack. Thanks for coming down. You must visit me again sometime.
I'll be glad to. By the way, who's your guest next week?
Everett Horton. He's having trouble with his income tax, and he wants me to help him figure it out.
Groucho, I didn't know you were good at that sort of thing. Do you really know how to fill out those income tax
forms?
forms?
Oh, yes. In fact, I helped Dorothy Lamour with her income tax last year, and you know how well her form is filled out.
Well, good night, Groucho. Now, wait a minute, fellas. Get this very clever line they gave me to end the program with. Oh, this will be a scream. Wait till you hear this. Good night, Groucho. I'll be listening next week.
I suppose you think mine is any better, huh? Listen to the one they gave me. So long, Jack Benny. Thanks again. Good night, neighbors.
Remember, if you want the real lowdown on how to laugh off your income tax, don't forget to listen to Groucho Marx telling Everett Horton all about it next Saturday. All the rest of our regulars will be on hand, so join in the fun and come on down. This program is directed by Dick Mack and is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Peoria, Illinois. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Aloha, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to have in our studios a man whose name I'm sure many of you know. If you have listened very carefully to one of our most delightful programs, indeed one of the most delightful programs on the air anywhere, and have listened all the way through to the end, you have heard his name many times. Certainly he is a man whose art you are familiar with and whose art you have enjoyed tremendously, I know, whether or not you know his name. For he is the writer of our delightful program, The Halls of Ivy. And his name is Quinn, Mr. Don Quinn. As I said, Mr. Quinn, it is a great pleasure to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you.
I think that our listeners will be interested first, although we want to talk about Halls of Ivy, of course. I think they'll be interested first in talking about Don Quinn. Who are you? Where are you from? Where were you born? And so on. Where were you born, Mr. Quinn?
I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, although my family traveled quite a bit through the Midwest. My father was a Chamber of Commerce organizer who would go to a town, organize a chamber, and run it a year, and then move on. So my schooling was rather sketchy.
Oh, yes, all over the great Midwest of our country, huh?
Yes, through Michigan, Pennsylvania, Illinois.
Uh-huh. Then you were educated here and there and everywhere.
If you can call it educated, yes. I always say I'm a self-made illiterate.
What do you mean by that?
Well, most of my education has been, as I say, it was scattered here and there, and most of it has been through reading and observation.
Uh-huh. One would think that you must be an extremely highly educated man. I mean, from the standpoint of formal education, however, since you write this program, Halls of Ivy, which is quite an erudite script sometimes, I think.
Thank you. I'm glad to have this illusion is being perpetuated, but it's quite fraudulent in the fact that my formal education has been neglected. However, my wife is a journalist from Northwestern, and practically a Phi Beta Kappa, although she denies it. And she is my reference point for most of the college work.
Oh, indeed. I'm very much interested in that. I was going to ask you if you had any family. Now you have told us of your wife, and she is helpful, eh?
She's very helpful and a great critic.
Good. What is it, the famous old phrase out of a play of years ago, best friend and severest critic, eh?
Yes.
Any other family, Mr. Quinn?
Yes, I have 2 children, a girl 16, Nancy, and a boy, Johnny, 10.
Oh, are they here with you?
Nancy is with us.
Oh, Nancy is, huh? I hope she and all of you are enjoying your Hawaiian visit.
My daughter's practically in tears at the thought of going home Thursday.
Well, we're sorry to see her and all of you go. We hope that you'll be inspired to come back.
It's been a delightful visit, and we hope to make this an annual tour.
How long have you stayed this time?
Between boats, 10 days.
Oh, have you been here before?
Yes, we were here in the summer of 1941.
Oh, and this is your first opportunity to get back again?
Yes, the first time, but it won't be the last. We're going to try to make this more frequent.
Fine, I'm delighted to hear that. Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Quinn?
I have so many hobbies I don't have time for my work. I get in my car and drive in the mountains, which is my principal hobby. I paint, I pistol shoot, skeet shooting, chess, reading, theater, any number of things.
You have a well-rounded and full life, eh?
I have a lot of fun.
As a matter of fact, I imagine they all help you in your work, too.
They all contribute, if only in the matter of relaxation and rest.
Yes. Capable writer should be a versatile fellow of many interests and so on.
Well, radio writing is a highly competitive business, and it's a great strain during the broadcasting season. And when vacation time comes along, it's highly welcome.
Yes.
And anything you can do to relax is all to the good, and there is nothing like a trip to Hawaii in this direction.
That's so true. How did you come to get into radio writing, by the way? You know, in this business, very often the question is, from what profession do you come? How did you get into radio? How about with you, Mr. Quinn?
I came from the ranks of commercial cartooning.
Indeed.
Which in 1929 and 30 laid, as Variety says, a big egg. I had been giving jokes to a radio comedian around Chicago named Jim Jordan.
Oh, yes.
Who is now Fibber McGee.
Yes.
And they asked me if I would write a show for them called Smack Out, which was a rural community country store skit. And I wrote this for 4 years, a country store rural thing, without ever having been off the city streets. So you can see I'm a fraud all the way along here, writing a college show with no education, and as a city boy writing a country show. And from that, the Fibber McGee and Molly stemmed from that country store skit because we featured tall stories. This is why we called him Fibber McGee.
Oh, I see. That's where the name Fibber came from. And that's how you came to start writing that script.
Yeah.
I neglected to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Quinn did, of course, also originate Fibber, McGee, and Molly, and wrote it for many years.
17 to be exact.
17, really?
Yes.
We, of course, have carried that show, too, here, Mr. Quinn, and have enjoyed having it very much, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Now let's get to Halls of Ivy, shall we? We all love that show so much. It's such a beautiful thing. And that's no Ho-O-Molly Molly. Have you learned what Ho-O-Molly Molly is?
As far as I know, it means nonsense.
Well,
or fun, or...
kid 'em along.
Yes.
I think the best meaning of it is flattery.
Oh,
flattery,
is it?
yes. Probably the truest meaning. And so that's no flattery. That's no Ho-O-Molly Molly. We really
Hooey is not a contraction of this, is it?
No, no. Ho-O-Molly Molly is pure Hawaiian. We do love the show, and so let's talk about that, shall we?
Yes.
Tell me, will you, how was the idea for the program born in the first place?
Well, this was a mental conception which, like all reporters, have a play in the trunk which is never finished, the ideal book or play or production. This was my idea of a show in which a thought could be expressed once in a while, a little above the average low comedy, and I have very high respect for low comedy. It's entertainment for a lot of people. But during the war, in the government allocation program of war messages on Fibber, McGee, and Molly, we found that we could sell an idea embedded in comedy very successfully. We used to take the war themes and build shows around them rather than tie them on the end of the show and brush them off. So with this in mind, I thought I would like to do a fairly literate type of show for me. I didn't think it would ever go on. It was just a dream show. But my agent and very good friend, Mr. Nat Wolfe, who was the husband of Edna Best, the English actress, kept after me to write this show until I finally did it to get rid of him. And it went on. The first show went on exactly as written. I don't think a word was changed. It was quite a successful thing from the beginning, much to my gratification.
Yes, of course. That must have been a thrill of satisfaction for a writer, eh?
Yes,
after dreaming about it for a while.
Yes, this was a dream come true. It doesn't happen very often.
It was purely then from the standpoint of a writer's ideas. He would like to get across a thought, as you say, a serious or a worthwhile thought.
That's right.
Dressed up in comedy, huh?
Yes, in almost every show, no matter how frothy the show itself is, we try to have at least one line or paragraph or idea which you can take home with you. If it's only don't kick dogs or be good to your mother.
Yes.
Usually it's some little bit of philosophy, maybe borrowed, maybe original. But in every show, we like to have one serious thought. Exactly. And I think we have done it fairly successfully.
Oh, you certainly have. I remember many of them. I remember one. One comes to mind, and in fact has seldom left my mind. That charming script that you had about the award, the literary award. And Dr. Hall thought at first that, of course, that he had won it. It was for his book, and then it turned out that it was for a student, and so on. And you had that beautiful bit of Chinese philosophy at the end.
Yes.
About the teacher and so on.
Well, innumerable, I would say innumerable, but a great many of our shows have been requested, copies have been requested by various state and government agencies.
Oh.
And, for instance, we had one on adoption.
Yes.
And in which we expressed to a child why he was adopted.
I remember.
And this script was requested by a great many state welfare agencies as a proper explanation to a child of adoption. Mm-hmm. General Hershey asked for copies of a script for indoctrination purposes. We had one on hoodlumism in the colleges of young men who felt that they were going to go in the army anyway, and they might as well have fun while they could, and they had a destructive attitude, rather a lack of obligation to their own citizenship. And this was considered quite valuable by General Hershey, and he's using that script now. Now, this has happened so many times with this show that we're all very happy that we're entertaining as well as useful.
Yes, exactly. It must be most gratifying. I wondered if perhaps something of the idea had been inspired by the people. You know, sometimes an idea, I think, for a writer is inspired by an actor that he has to work with. Is that? Do you find that true?
We get material from all directions, particularly the people concerned with the show.
Uh-huh.
We have bought scripts from the violinist in the show, from the musical director, from two of the engineers, from an announcer. A lot of people around the show offer ideas. Now, we hesitate to accept an idea from outside, from people we do not know.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we return them unread. This is it's too bad because we probably pass up a great many wonderful ideas. But motion picture studios use this too, because the dangers of suit for plagiarism later on are so great from crackpots and opportunists that they don't dare read unsolicited manuscripts. We have to depend on known sources. We have a staff of 3 or 4 writers, of which I am one, and I edit all the shows. No show goes on without my having edited every word of it and practically rewriting the whole show mostly. But it's a very small stable, as we say, of writers, and most of our shows stem from those.
From your own, yes, I see.
The ideas come from everywhere and by osmosis.
Yes, I suppose you perhaps have an actor play a part, and the way he handles a given scene or a given development probably will give you an idea for something that you can use in a later script. Is that not so?
This happens all the time in radio. Something happens, and you realize that you've found a quality or a piece of business which is valuable, and then you use it again. And this is why a great many radio actors and types have been developed. If they're not good, you drop them, you not use them again. But pieces of business like Fibber's Closet and certain professors on Ivy have stemmed from what was intended as a one-time performance. But they've been so good that they've been retained and repeated. So you never know. This is one of the fun things of radio. You never know where your next property is coming from.
Yes, how true. How did the charming Colemans get into the picture?
By inadvertence, a lucky inadvertence, fortuitous. The show was originally written for Mr. Gale Gordon, who is a very prominent and, to my mind, the most proficient actor in radio, a fine man. It was written for him and Edna Best, the English actress. But Miss Best had to go east to do some Maurice Evans plays in New York, and Mr. Gordon was tied up contractually, and we couldn't have him, so we had to frantically recast. And Mr. and Mrs. Coleman were suggested, and they turned out to be the ideal people. I don't know why we didn't think of them in the first place, but they have just been wonderful ever since. They are Dr. Hall. As a matter of fact, he gets mail addressed to Dr. Hall asking him to solve college problems.
That's marvelous. Imagine. That certainly must be gratifying to him, eh?
Practically all our mail is gratifying. It's a very pleasant, very literate type of fan mail.
Oh, yes.
And I have a great joy in answering it. I have a lot of fun even answering the crackpot letters, of which every show gets a few.
Sure, I suppose. For instance, do you recall anything that might be interesting or amusing?
Yes, I do. We happen to be on for a beer sponsor.
Yes.
And some fanatic type in California said that we were undermining the youth of the nation and selling them into alcoholic slavery and other such nonsense.
Yeah.
And as the privilege of answering a personal letter was mine, I answered this and told her that Christ's first miracle was turning water into wine, and I hoped one of his later ones would be turning bigots into human beings.
Oh, marvelous. There's a line for a writer if I ever heard one. It must be a great pleasure for you to work with the Colemans, isn't it?
It is pure delight because they're very charming, literate, gracious people. And we couldn't be fonder of them than we are. And they're very conscientious. They do a wonderful job. And Mr. Coleman is somewhat of a literary authority himself, which saves me a great deal of work. I could refer to him instead of Bartlett's quotation.
Oh, indeed. I was going to ask you if they ever made any suggestions, do they?
They have both written scripts. Ronnie has written 2 scripts, and Benita has written 1. And they're very sharp critics. They know when a theme or an attitude is fraudulent and correct it. Not that it often is in this show, because we work too closely together. But they are very sharp in detecting a false note or a lack of quality.
Yes, well, that certainly must be most helpful. Too, in listening to the show, they seem to enjoy themselves very much. you can tell, you know. An actor feels the reactions and he feels the script, and I think a knowing listener can feel the actor's feeling, if you get what I mean.
I have always held to the theory that friendliness is a communicable feeling in the air.
Yeah.
And this is probably, and I can say this after 25 or 30 years of radio writing, this is probably the happiest group of people on one show that I've ever seen. Everyone likes everyone else. Everyone is competent. We have experts in every department. And it is, from a writer's standpoint and a production standpoint, it's a pure joy to put this show on the air every week.
I imagine. It certainly sounds as though everybody's having a fine time, and certainly sounds as though the visual audience is having a fine time.
They all love it. They love it. They all want to come back week after week. But we like new people in there every week to give them all a chance to see it.
Of course. Do the Colemans ever express themselves as missing the stage? I mean, does Halls of Ivy quite take the place of the stage for them, or what?
Well, I think all actors have a certain nostalgia for the stage, but this is such a pleasant and comparatively easy chore for an actor, and I think it's the compensation is a little higher, except maybe for a motion picture.
Yes.
And then you're not under the pressure that you are in either the stage or pictures.
Absolutely.
So I think they enjoy this as much as they would a stage production.
You may, if you wish, say I refuse to answer, you understand, because I'm going to ask you a question now to which you may want to give that answer. We extend that privilege beforehand. However, I hope you won't. The question is this. Is the idea of the show, or are any of the characters in it, biographical or perhaps autobiographical?
No. There's no autobiographical basis for any of the characters. Some of them have been borrowed lightly from people we know. But we don't lean heavily on acquaintances. Mostly they're idealizations of people that we have known.
I see. How did Mr. Wellman develop? Of course, quite obviously, or it seems quite obvious, he has become a very popular character. How did he develop?
He developed mostly, I think, because we needed a conflict in the show. We needed a menace of some sort and a dissonant note.
Yeah.
Which he fulfills very well. He's a fine man and a good actor, and he's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I will say that college boards throughout the country have taken this kid in very good part.
Have they? Fine.
No, there is no malice in it.
Yeah. He plays the part beautifully, no question about it. His pacing and his moves.
Well, he's a very competent actor.
Who is he?
He's an old Herbert Butterworth.
Oh, yes.
A stock company of many years, an actor of long standing.
That's very to get back to that other thing I was talking about, the theory of the actor inspiring the writer. Have any things that he has done, any treatments that he has given the part, ever inspired you to, given you an idea for some future script?
Well, any writer or any producer who ignores an actor's suggestions is an idiot, because they have some very valuable contributions to make. They know what they want to say and how they're going to say it. And the best radio writing is done for certain talents and for certain people, tailored to their delivery. And everyone on our show is free to submit ideas, and they all take advantage of it. They all submit them, and we listen very respectfully to them, including Mr. Wellman.
Good, that's fine. And, of course, Mr. Merriweather is... He's our friend.
Mr. Merriweather is Gale Gordon.
Yes, I know.
Who was the original Dr. Hall.
Yeah.
Plan.
The planned original, yes. Well, of course, when he comes in and takes up the fight in Toddy's behalf, we all love him, of course. How did he develop?
Well, he developed from the very first show.
Yeah.
He was such a likable character that we decided to use him as an offset for Mr. Wellman.
Yeah. You've certainly given him some terrific lines. Some of these comedy things of his are delightful. And the housekeeper, how about her? Did you just insert her for a reason?
Well, our production man, Mr. Milton Merlin, who is a book reviewer, a very well-read man, and one of our chief writers, practically invented her. And she's played by Elizabeth Patterson, who is an old-time movie actress and whom you would recognize instantly if you saw her.
Yes. My wife and I recognized the name right away, of course, and I think the voice, too, yes. Which character would you say gets the strongest audience response? I suppose that's Dr. Hall himself, but I mean of the other characters.
I think Mr. Wellman, probably. Mr. Wellman, yes. Overwhelmingly, I would say, after Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall. Because he's probably the most projecting of the characters.
Yes, yes. You usually give him a very flamboyant entrance or exit, and he has some snapper to his exit.
That's right. And every once in a while we give him something nice to do to show that he is a human being after all.
Yes, I noticed that toward the end of last season. You had a very nice touch in there. Don, do you work with the production itself? I mean, do you attend the rehearsals yourself and so on?
I work very closely with the production.
Yeah.
I see the script all the way through, editing every word,
do you?
Inserting a great deal of my own work.
Mm-hmm.
Then I attend every rehearsal and every broadcast. This to me is one of a writer's obligations, because if anything should happen, if an emergency should arise at the last minute, the writer must be there to make corrections and changes. If an actor has an accident on the way to the studio, this leaves a very embarrassing gap in a script.
Oh, yes.
So I think it's part of a writer's duty to follow through the actual broadcast.
Oh, I see, yes. Then you must know very well my old friend Arthur Bryan.
Arthur Bryan's a very dear old friend of mine and
Indeed.
a very competent actor.
Yes, he is.
I've worked with Arthur for 15 years.
Oh, really? I had the pleasure of working with him 20 years ago.
Well, he's never done a bad job that I know of.
No.
He's always in there pitching.
Nice guy, too.
Yes, he is.
When do you expect Halls of Ivy to return to the air this season?
I think in October.
Uh-huh.
We're still negotiating contracts.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something about your own personal, shall I say, not problems, because you have a very happy situation here, and quite obviously from our conversation, it goes along smoothly and happily, and you're pleased with the whole thing, as who could blame you?
It's the smoothest and most pleasant operation I've ever been connected with in radio.
Yeah? Isn't that swell? That's fine. I think it shows it, too. I really do. But to get back to what I was going to say, the problems of radio writers themselves. After all, some are lucky and some are not. Some are successful and some are not. As we say in show business, some get the breaks and some do not. What about that? What's your view on that? Are you a member of the Writers Guild, for instance?
I am practically a charters member of the Radio Writers Guild, a charter member, and I have been on the council for almost 10 years.
Oh, really?
And if I may... You said that this was... I didn't have to answer a question. Well, you don't have to listen to this answer either. But there was a recent blast in the newspaper by, I think, Senator McCarran, charging that the Radio Writers Guild was red-dominated.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that.
Well, I think it is pure hogwash. Senator McCarran is a politician, and all politicians will do almost anything for a vote or a headline or to perpetuate themselves in office, and I think this charge is pure nonsense. I've known these writers for many, many years, almost a great many of them personally, and neither in council meetings or membership meetings has politics ever arisen.
Oh,
this
really?
is one of the two taboo subjects. The other is the quality of radio shows, because other authors, your friends, are present. We don't discuss each other's shows.
Oh, yes. And you do not discuss politics?
We do not discuss politics, except where legislation is pending concerning the welfare and status of writers in general.
Oh, yes.
This is the only thing the Guild is interested in, is the status of writers and their welfare. And the fact that there are probably, as in all organizations where you have 600 or 700 members, there are probably a few communists. But they certainly do not dominate the Guild. They have, as a matter of fact, I don't think I know any. And I know a lot of these men personally.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first place, the chances of a subversive attitude or line or script reaching the air are highly remote. In the first place, not many writers are communists because they are independent thinkers, and the Communist Party does not welcome independent thinkers. These are individuals. And they are granted that they're all shades of political opinions, and a great many of them are liberals. This does not make them communists in my mind, because I'm a liberal myself. But to get a subversive line on the air after going through production men, advertising men, mimeograph girls, engineers, network authorities, continuity acceptance, this would require a collusion on the part of all people, which would be utterly fantastic.
Yes.
And I think to get communistic ideas either on the screen or on the radio are very remote. I've never heard one in all my years of radio writing. As a matter of fact, the record of the writers during the war effort was very, very good. I personally have a drawer full of citations, medals, and recommendations from various government agencies, and I'm only one writer.
Yes.
They've all done great work during the war and supported the government in all ways, and it annoys me very much to hear this group branded as red-dominated, because I do not think they are. In fact, I'm sure they're not.
Well, it's wonderful and certainly most gratifying to hear you say that. It would seem to me, on the face of it, to be a little ridiculous anyhow, because if some subversive line or thought had to be so extremely subtle that it would get by all of these people,
anyway.
That's the point, exactly. Yes. Exactly. Well, thank you very much, Don Quinn. It's been a great pleasure to have you in our studio. Ladies and gentlemen, this Don Quinn, whom you have heard talking, is the originator, owner, and writer of the famous program, The Halls of Ivy. And it was he who originated and wrote for many years our other popular show that we used to carry, Fibber McGee and Molly. We all look forward to the return of your delightful Halls of Ivy, Don Quinn, and we all look forward to the return of you and Mrs. Quinn and your children to Hawaii.
Thank you, Owen. It's been delightful to be here, and I hope you can come back soon.
I hope you can. Aloha.
Aloha nui.
This interview of Mr. Quinn has been transcribed in our studios and presented as another of our broadcasts in the public interest. This is Owen Cunningham speaking.
One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and but as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow.
This is NBC in Hawaii.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Here's Dennis to sing Managua, Nicaragua.
Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you are trying to win. But her papa doesn't let you come in. Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place. You ask a senorita for a little embrace. She answers you, caramba, caramba, somebody so. In Managua, Nicaragua, there's snow. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a walk in Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole, ole, samba, rumba, cadera, la bagalera. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole.
Si salía caballo de Tijuana, Santa Parada, de Kenny Temple to the man, your cerveza. Hey, Pedro, who picked the key? I think it must be a baritone.
Across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole. Across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Did you ever notice a funny thing concerning people who are related to us? When they're poor, they're called relatives. But when they're rich, then they're known as family connections. Well, at the Anderson boarding house where our young hero Dennis Day rooms, we find Mrs. Anderson engaging her lord and master in a conversation about a family connection.
Herbert, I've been thinking a good deal lately about your sister, Pauline.
Have you, Poopsie?
Yes. She's a splendid woman, Herbert. She has the type of character I've always admired.
Yes, when her husband passed away, he left her simply loaded with it.
Herbert, I feel we should be extremely nice to your sister. That's why we've written to her and invited her to come and live with us.
We have?
We have. But since this house isn't big enough for your sister, too, we decided to sell it and buy a larger one.
We did?
We did? Any comments?
Oh, no. I'm just grateful to us for taking me into our confidence like this.
So far, all we've been offered for this place is $4,000. Nowhere near enough to buy something larger with. Nevertheless, we...
Good morning, folks. Oh, good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. Nevertheless, Herbert, we must locate a larger house immediately. It's absolutely vital under the circumstances.
Yes, of course, Poopsie.
I'll have the house swept in an hour so we can go right out and look. You see that you get your ironing done in time.
Yes, I'll give it everything I have, passion flower.
Were you saying something about a larger house, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, we're going to need one from now on.
Mrs. Anderson, you don't mean... That is, it isn't... You don't mean you're expecting another Anderson?
Well, that's exactly what I mean.
Oh, my gosh. I noticed you were eating like a horse lately.
What?
And here you are doing housework. Shouldn't you be off your feet?
Off my feet?
Of course. How soon is when is the latest Anderson due to arrive?
Why, sometime next week.
Mrs. Anderson, drop that broom and lie down immediately.
Have you gone crazy? Get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. But if there's something you want all of a sudden, like a pickle or a lemon malted milk with ripe olives in it, don't hesitate to call on me.
You hear from me if I feel the urge for either. Now, go.
Yes, ma'am. Gosh, women sure get irritable at a time like this. Oh, well, I can understand it. I suppose I'd be irritable myself if I... Now I'm being silly.
Dennis, did my wife...
Gee, congratulations, Mr. Anderson. I just heard.
Heard? Heard what?
Why, the wonderful news about the new visitor that's on the way.
Oh, that.
Gosh, aren't you excited?
What for? As far as I'm concerned, it just means more washing and ironing.
Mr. Anderson, that's no attitude to take.
Well, maybe not, but it wouldn't surprise me if she turned out to be quite a nuisance.
She? Couldn't it be a he?
What are you talking about? Of course it couldn't.
Gee, what confidence.
Are you serious?
Well, I've heard of cases where it turned out to be a he. There was one right in my own family.
Dennis, our visitor can't be anything but a she.
She can't?
Look, sisters are girls, aren't they?
Yes.
Well?
When my father had that talk with me, he must have left something out.
For heaven's sake, Dennis. Now, my sister's coming to visit, and she's a girl I
Your
call...
sister?
Yes.
Then you're not going to have a baby?
I consider it most unlikely.
Gosh.
Hi, Daddy. Hello, Dennis. Mother was just telling me about Aunt Pauline coming to live with us.
Not what you think, Mildred. She's a full-grown woman.
Well, yes, of course. How old did you think she was?
Never mind. I just made another one of my natural mistakes.
Oh, gee, Daddy, won't it be wonderful living in a great big house? Maybe we can buy that big Burnside place over on Elm.
Oh, they want $8,000 for the Burnside House, Mildred. We couldn't buy it unless we got $8,000 for this one, and nobody would pay that much.
No, not unless a couple of real estate brokers were to get interested in it and start bidding against it. Daddy!
Uh-huh.
Suppose a big builder from out of town dropped in at a real estate office and hinted that he was interested in the Anderson property.
Say.
Yeah, but where are we going to get a big builder from? I'm afraid I know.
You can do it easily, Dennis.
But it's silly, Mildred. I don't know anything about building. Honest, I was 20 years old before I learned to make anything with my tinker toy.
Dennis, we've just got to sell this house for $8,000. You've got to be the big builder.
But, Mildred, I never built anything, not even my resistance. Okay, I'll try it. How do you do? You're Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Yes?
Glad to know you, Rowland. I'm Frank Lloyd Day, the big architect and builder.
Oh, really? Oh, where are you from, Mr. Day?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Why, that's my hometown.
Nobody's got the kind of luck I have.
What firm are you connected with, Mr. Day? I know everyone in Oklahoma City.
Well, I'm referring, of course, to Oklahoma City, New Jersey.
Oh, I see. Don't believe I know the place. Just what have you built, Mr. Day?
Well, you've heard of the Empire State Building?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was formerly connected with the firm that built it.
Oh. How about the Chrysler Building?
Well, my brother's with the firm that built that.
Leaving buildings for the moment, we come now to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, yes. I know all about that job.
And so we say farewell to the Golden Gate Bridge and find ourselves at the Grand Coulee Dam.
Mr. Day, you're not going to tell me you built the Grand Coulee Dam.
I did. I designed it all by myself and also hired the coolies.
I suppose next you'll be telling me you built Notre Dame Cathedral.
And why shouldn't I?
Because it was built in the 12th century.
Yeah, that's why I shouldn't.
Mr. Day, it strikes me that you're not quite the fool you'd have me believe you are. I have a feeling that you're a very shrewd young man.
Let's play that hunch for all it's worth, shall we?
There's only one reason for you to come and see me. You're interested in property.
Well, I'm not saying I am, and I'm not saying I'm not. All I'm saying is, keep going. I love it.
I thought so. What kind of property, Mr. Day?
Corners. Greatest kind of property there is. Why, I've come out time after time for shorter streets so we'd have more corners.
I see. Just what corner in Weaverville are you interested in?
Now you're getting too inquisitive, Mr. Rowland. I must bid you good day.
What?
Thought you could pump me, huh? So that's your game, is it?
But you came to my office.
You tried to trick me. You left your door open.
But you phoned for an appointment.
Another trick, putting your name in the phone book.
Now, see,
I know. You'd like to find out who owns the property I'm after. Boy, what you'd give to hear me mention the name of Herbert Anderson. Fat chance. I'm too smart for you, Roland.
Herbert Anderson, where's his property?
Wouldn't you like to know? You think I'm going to tell you which corner of 4th and Maple it's on? I know how to keep my big mouth shut.
The Anderson property at 4th and Maple.
I'm warning you, pal. Don't try to cut in my deal, see?
Who, me? Well, gosh, no, of course not. Do I look like a dirty crook?
I'm not saying you do, and I'm not saying you don't. All I'm saying is I'm very happy with the way things are going.
You mean he's actually coming over here to see about buying this house?
I think so, Mrs. Anderson.
And you think he'll pay us $8,000 for it?
Well, sure, Mother. Dennis is going to bid him up till we've got the highest price possible.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I'm a big real estate operator. You have confidence in me, haven't you, Mrs. Anderson? Huh? Huh? Oh.
Oh, golly, there he is. Answer, Dennis, while I get out of sight.
Does Mrs. Anderson live? Oh, so it's you.
I thought you'd be sticking your nose in here, Roland.
Yeah? Well, I got a right to this property, too.
Well, I saw it first.
Gentlemen, there'll be none of that. My property will be sold to the highest bidder.
Oh, good. Mrs. Anderson, I'm prepared to pay you $5,000 for this place.
I bid $5,000.50.
How much?
5,500.
That's better.
I'll make it 6,000.
6,500.
Now, wait a minute. Let's talk a little sense here, Dave. Here, have a cigar.
That's not my brand, Bud.
Oh? What kind do you prefer?
Chocolate.
Oh, wise guy, huh? I'll tell you what I'll do, Mrs. Anderson. I'll give you $7,000 and not a cent more.
7,500.
8,000.
Splendid, as far as I...
8,500.
Mr. Day.
9,000.
Oh, that's just...
9,500.
You win, Day. I can't bid any higher.
Good, I thought you'd... Huh?
You heard me. Take the house.
Now, wait a minute.
That's all there is to it. 9,000 is my final offer.
Suppose I come down a little and you stay where you are.
No, thanks. I don't like the looks of this. I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute. We'll start the bidding again, and you can steal the place. I bid $40.
$40?
Sure.
Well, I bid 50.
60.
70.
8,900.
That's all. I thought this smelled funny. I wouldn't touch this place for nothing. Good day.
Mrs. Anderson, I just know you're going to comment on this. That is, if I'm lucky.
Comment? Do you know what I could do to you, Dennis Day?
Yes, ma'am, but don't do it. You have enough troubles now. Don't add a boy slaughter charge to them.
Gee, I guess now we'll never get to live in that beautiful Burnside house.
No, I'm afraid not, Mildred.
Was Mother annoyed at what happened?
Well, I got the impression that she was. She told me if I ever spoke a word to her again, she'd knock me so flat I'd have to wear wedgies to keep my ears from dragging.
Golly. And then I'll bet she told you to pack up and get out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's happened before and you're still here.
Yeah, but this is the first time she ever sold my bed to the Salvation Army.
Gee, if we could only think of some way to get hold of that Burnside house.
But how could we? It would cost $8,000 and only a millionaire has that much money. I said something?
No.
I have a strange feeling I'm not going to either. Well, I'll get it.
How do you do? My name is Jackson. Is this Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Rowland left some time ago.
Oh, well, that's too bad. His office told me I might find him here. I'm a real estate dealer, too, and I was interested in buying the Burnside property, which I understand he's handling.
Well, I'm very sorry, but...
Why, Harvey, this gentleman doesn't need to see Mr. Rowland.
Harvey?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Harvey Burnside?
Huh? Are you... Oh, yeah, so it is. You have something in mind, Pamela?
Well, naturally, Harvey.
Imagine me being so absent-minded, forgetting my own name. Isn't that a panic?
You just said it, dear.
Yeah, but it's gone again. Let's see. Ruth? No. Grace? No. Sam? Of course not.
It's Pamela, dear.
Pamela, of course. Oh, I tell you, this absent-mindedness is a curse.
Well, now, do I understand that you're the Mr. and Mrs. Burnside who own the house that's for sale?
That's right. And if you'd like to see it, we'd be only too glad to show it to you. Shall we say 5 o'clock, Mr. Jackson?
Well, that's splendid, Mrs. Burnside. I'll see you both then. Goodbye.
Gosh, Mildred, this is the best idea you ever had. What is it?
Look, there's no one living in the Burnside house.
Uh-huh.
So we'll go over and mess the place up.
Yeah?
Not badly, but just so it looks discouraging. That'll bring the price down to where we can afford it.
You know something, Mildred? With your ideas, we'll never have to worry about the housing problem after we're married.
Why not?
We're going to spend most of our time in jail. Gosh, Mildred, don't you think we've gone too far boarding up the stairs and all the windows?
We've got to make Mr. Jackson think the house is undesirable, Dennis.
But wasn't it enough when we shut off the water and lights and painted rat holes in all the corners?
We can't take any chances. Oh, there he is. Now do everything you can to discourage him.
Okay. Come in.
Hello. Say, where are you folks? It's kind of dark in here.
Right over here, Mr. Jackson. But watch that floorboard you're walking on.
Floorboard?
Yeah, it's kind of warped. Every once in a while, boing! And you're pinned to the ceiling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but outside of that, the house is perfect.
Maybe Mr. Jackson would like to look around, dear.
Oh, yes, and I'd like to start with the upstairs, if I may.
Why, certainly. Now, let's see. Where did I put that ladder?
You go upstairs by ladder?
Have to. The rope broke.
Well, never mind. I think we can pass that up. What's up there? The bedroom and the bath?
The bedroom's in the what?
The bath. Surely you have a bathroom.
By George, Pamela, I'll bet that's it.
Why, of course.
You'll bet that's what?
Mr. Jackson, did you ever have the feeling that something was missing and you couldn't quite put your finger on what it was?
You mean, but where do you go when you want to wash up?
Oh, that's no trouble. There's a filling station less than a mile from here.
Well, I guess I've heard everything now.
Oh, but you haven't heard any of our real advantages yet. For instance, we have no garbage problem here at all.
You haven't?
Nope, just toss it out in the backyard.
Well, don't you know that's a violation of the law? Garbage must be taken to the city dump.
I know. That's our backyard.
Great God, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, but you've hardly looked at the place, Mr. Jackson. Dear, you must show Mr. Jackson our lovely drop living room.
Oh, you bet, dear. Do you happen to remember where it dropped to?
Oh, I've heard enough. Mr. Burnside, I wouldn't recommend this place to a client of mine if he was living in a tree. And I'll see that nobody else buys it either. Good day, sir.
Dennis, we did it. The house will sell for a song now.
Boy, I sure hope so.
Oh, it will. And Mother can't be angry with you anymore. Why, when she hears about it, she'll kiss you.
Mildred, don't say that. There must be some other way we can make up.
Oh, Dennis, we're all so proud of you.
Gee, thanks.
You must have been awfully convincing, my boy.
Oh, yes. We just got a call from Mr. Rowland. He says we can have the Burnside House for only $4,000.
But gosh, do you think we should live there? There's no stairs and no bathroom, and it's full of loose boards.
Dennis, you made those things up.
Did I? Oh, yeah. Gee, I guess I was convincing.
Come in.
How do you do? Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Burnside.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jackson. You see, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson here are my parents.
Oh. Well, do they know my client isn't going to buy the Burnside house?
Yes, we know, and we think it's wonderful.
I'll say it's wonderful. You know, you nearly had to live there.
Live there?
Yes. You see, my client is your sister Pauline. She was going to buy the house and make you a present of it.
Oh, my soul and body.
Dennis Day?
I know. You'd like a word with me.
I would.
No, please, Mrs. Anderson. The last time you had a word with me, I couldn't sit down for a week.
Come here, you.
No.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are standing by to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up now on the tragic end of a buggy ride in New York Central Park.
Well, thanks for the buggy ride, Dick, but this is the end of the line. I'm getting out right now.
Hey, wait a minute, Sugar. You can't open fire on a guy just because he tries for a kiss.
Well, that's not why I'm walking out on you, Dick.
Then why are you? Don't hold out on me, Sugar. Sing out.
Well, Dick, honey, I just positively can't. But your dentist can.
And here's what Dick found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing the beautiful arrangement of We Could Make Such Beautiful Music Together.
We could make such beautiful music together. We could sing the loveliest love songs together. Our hearts beat in tempo. The sound of our voices will ring. The touch of our hands makes us sing. The touch of our lips will be music. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, noble notes.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters. This is Vern Smith reminding you that housewives know only too well how every penny counts these days. Well, here's an easy way to add more to your shopping budget. Dealers are now paying higher prices for used fats than ever before. So save used cooking fats and oils. Turn them in for cash. Remember, too, industry urgently needs fats and oils to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. What's more, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So for your own good, use and reuse fats and oils as often as you can. When they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats. And don't forget, prices for used fats and oils are higher than ever before. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to Mel Blanc to the hospital.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Zookie, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It shop, Mel Blanc. Now, let's pay a visit to the town where Mel Blanc lives. It's like most towns in the United States, except for one thing. It's got Mel Blanc. That's what makes it a lot different. Well, let's drop in on Mel Blanc in his Fix-It shop. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and Mel is busily working away on something.
Well, I sure straightened out that safety pin. Let's see now, what else is there?
Well, good morning, Melvin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, how come you didn't show up at our last zebra meeting?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cushing, I'm not very interested in the benevolent order of loyal zebras.
Well, why not? After all, aren't you exalted ruler of the lower level?
Exalted ruler of the lower level. All it means is I'm in charge of sweeping out the cellar. It's okay for you. You're the mighty, supreme, mightiest, exalted ruler, potentate monarch, senior grade.
All right. At our next meeting, I'll see about changing your title. Oh, incidentally, we've got a new password.
Yeah? What is it?
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga, boo, ugga. Well, what happened to the old one? Hi, mocha, si, hungry, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie.
Well, you know that new member we got, that 75-year-old Mr. Simpson?
Yeah?
Well, he tried to say it and developed lower plate wobble.
Oh, too bad. I like the old one. I could say it faster than any other zebra. Oh, what do you got in this white box, Mr. Cushing?
In here? Oh, I've got Sally in here.
Oh, isn't it kind of stuffy for her?
Oh, no. No, Sally's the name of my fishing rod and reel. Here.
Oh, gosh, I never heard of a man calling a fishing rod and reel Sally.
Well, you should hear what I call her when she lets a big one get away.
Looks like the reel is a little fouled up.
Yes, well, that's why I brought her here, Mel. I want you to fix her up. You see, some of the boys at my real estate office have arranged a fishing trip at Lake Minnewasahaha.
Oh, hi, mocha, si, hungry, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving me the password.
Well, we've got to be very secretive about it because we've told our wives we're going on a business trip. Now, if they find out we're playing hooky, well, you've seen my wife, Mrs. Cushing.
Gosh, yes, I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
What?
Well, I mean, if she finds out about the fishing trip, she'd be awfully mad, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yes, well, that's the idea. Now, another thing, Mel. I want you to go out to the lake and go over Mary Lou.
Who's Mary Lou? Sally's sister?
Oh, no. She's the trimmest little motorboat that ever took to water. I want you to check her from stem to stern.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. And remember, Mel, don't tell a soul. And if you do a good job, perhaps you'll be made exalted ruler of the upper region.
Well, I don't like cleaning up the attic either. But don't worry about the fishing trip. I won't tell a soul.
That's good. You do a good job, and I'll use my influence to make you a big zebra.
Gosh, thanks. Oh, by the way, when do you want Sally? I mean the fishing rod.
Well, bring it to the corner of Market and Maple at 6 tonight. I don't want you coming to the office or the house.
Okay, 6 with Sally, and after that, over to the lake for Mary Lou. Mm-hmm. Sounds like I'm taking care of a girl sorority.
Silly. Oh, by the way, Mel, here's a picture of the boat Mary Lou so you'll recognize her at the lake.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, so long, Melvin, my lad. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Yeah, ugga, boo, boo, boo. Ugga. I don't know. I still like Hi Mocha, Si Hungry, Heebie-Jeebie, Alligator, Sweet Cookie better. Ugga, boo.
Hello, nephew.
Oh, hello, Uncle. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I was upstairs conducting my experiments on quantitative analysis with liquids.
Oh, you were experimenting with water?
Water? Brrr, what a horrible word. By the way, what were you discussing with that pompous real estate muckety-muck Cushing?
Oh, he's going on a fishing trip, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Imagine lying to your own wife.
Despicable, my boy, but sometimes very necessary. I remember my
I hope
wife...
I never have to lie to my girl, Betty.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, speak of the beautiful, and here she is. Hello, Betty.
Mel, do you know what day this is?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th of October, and you sound like you're catching cold.
That's right. 5 years ago today, you gave me my engagement ring.
Gosh. It only seems like 5 years.
Remember how all the girls turned green with envy?
Yeah, now the ring is the same color.
Well, anyway, darling, I want you to come over for dinner tonight. We'll make it kind of special.
Special?
Yes, Father has promised to treat you like a human being.
Gee, that will be kind of special. I'll be glad to come. Oh, but.
Well, what, dear?
Well, you see, I have an important job to do, and it may take me all evening.
Oh, Mel, and I was planning such a lovely dinner. Fish.
Fish? Well, that's nice, but, well, you see, this is a big job, and I promised
Well, I guess business should come first.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, honey.
We'll try to drop by for a minute anyhow. Huh?
Yeah, I will, honey.
Okay, bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, darn it.
What is it, nephew?
Oh, Betty wanted me to come over tonight, but I can't. Well, at least it'll make her father feel good.
My lad, you shouldn't kowtow to Betty's father.
I don't kowtow. I mean kowtow to him. As a matter of fact, I'm going over there tonight. And if he says one harsh word to me, you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll listen.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't
take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Betty is disappointed that Mel can't have dinner with her on their 5th engagement anniversary. What Betty doesn't know is that she's playing second fiddle to a rod and reel Mel is secretly fixing for Mr. Cushing. Right now, Mel has dropped in for a few minutes at Betty's house.
Hello, Betty. I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mel. Daddy Mel's here.
What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it?
You know, Mel, Father was looking forward to this evening. He even promised to go to the movies with us.
Gee, that would have been swell. We could have stopped by for a soda and walked home in the moonlight, sat on the porch and held hands.
I didn't promise anything like that.
Oh, I mean Betty and me.
You know I gave up a date at the bowling alley for this anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I know you spend at least one night a week in the alley.
What?
The bowling alley.
Daddy, stop making Mel nervous. Honey, tell me about this big job you've got tonight.
Oh, the job? Yeah.
Well?
I have a date to meet, Willie Johnson about fixing a card table.
Well, why should it take all evening to fix a card table?
Well, after I fix it, we might have to play a few games to see if the table works.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Daddy, let's not cross-examine Mel. Here, honey, here's some chocolate cookies I baked. Your favorite, all wrapped up for you.
Gosh, thanks, Betty. Well, now I'd better go. Good night, Mr. Colby. What'd you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it? Well, goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, dear.
Betty, come here. Did I hear Mel say he was going to see Willie Johnson?
Yes, why?
That's funny. I met Mrs. Johnson at the market today, and she said her son Willie is in New York and is going to stay there.
Yes, but Mel said...
I'll answer that. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mel. Your uncle told me I'd find you at Betty's house. Now, just answer yes or no, because I don't want that big baboon Betty's father to catch on.
Okay.
Well, now, listen. About our date, we have to change our plans. My wife gummed up the works.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah.
Now, listen. My girl will pick you up on the corner of Market and Maple. And don't forget to bring Sally.
Sally? I mean, yes. Anything else?
No. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Goodbye.
So that's the way things are.
What was it, Father?
Boy, was I right about that innocent-looking boyfriend of yours. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Market and Maple. And if what I think is true, somebody's going to get an ugga-ugga-boo over his head.
Over there all alone.
Huh?
Oh, this is silly.
Well, maybe it is. But we'll sit right here and see who he's waiting for. I don't think it will be Willie Johnson.
I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cushing. These cookies are good. Gosh, when it comes to sweet stuff, there's only one girl in the world for me.
Oh, yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
Are you, yoo-hooing me?
Yes, come on over here and don't be so bashful.
Well, look, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, come now. Come on over to the car.
Well, yeah, but...
That's better.
Have a cookie?
I'm Grace, Mr. Cushing's secretary.
Oh, and I thought...
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
That's good. I'm not that kind of a boy.
Mr. Cushing dropped by at the office, so I'm here to pick up his favorite fishing rod, Sally. Is it ready?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, yes. And, about that job on the boat, that can wait till tomorrow morning.
Say, that's great. Look, will you do me a favor? Drop me off at my girl's house?
Of course. Get in.
Good. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her tonight. Now maybe I can.
Daddy, did you see that Mel and that girl?
Willie Johnson's getting better looking every day.
Meeting girls on the corner and on our anniversary, too.
Why, that fox.
You mean Wolf?
No fox, they work faster. Mother, I'm going to break every bone in that boy's body.
Oh?
Oh, now what are you sniffling about?
I want you to do it. But I love those bones so much.
Oh,
Gosh, I feel like a heel lying to Buddy last night. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret.
Oh, Melvin, my boy.
Huh?
Zookie wants to know if you need him today.
Zookie? Say, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
What, nephew?
I'm going to send Zookie out to Lake Minnewasahaha to fix that boat. Yes, sir, and I'm going to spend all day with Betty. After all, Zookie knows engines inside out.
Yes, and it's a pity he leaves them that way.
Oh, it's nice working out here on the lake. In the shade of the old apple, in the shade of the old apple, cocktails for two. Hey, I like being on a boat. Yeah, I like the water. This is sailing, sailing over the beach, sailing, sailing over the beach. My stomach feels funny.
Well, Zookie.
Hello.
How are you getting on with that engine? I didn't expect Mel to send an assistant.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Cushing. Listen, I'll erase the motor. 120 horsepower. 80 horsepower. It's 20 horsepower. One jackass.
Now hurry along. Hurry along. I want the Mary Lou to be right on the beam when the other boys get there.
Oh, sure. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. And may all your Christmases be white.
Mel left the shop looking for you this morning, Betty.
Oh, he did, Uncle Rupert?
Maybe that's him now. Did you answer it?
Yeah. Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the shop.
Oh, Betty, this is
Yes. What is it, Zookie?
How'd you know it was me? Hey, will you tell Mel that I did what he told me, and everything's all right now with Mary Lou?
Mary Lou?
Oh, she was ready to blow a gasket when I got here. but now I got her purring like a kitten.
Rookie, are you sure you know?
Oh, yes. Just the same, Mel better come out and see Mary Lou the first chance he gets. Well, goodbye.
Rookie.
Betty, my dear, what is it?
First Sally, now Mary Lou. How many girls has he got?
Oh, Betty, there must be some mistake.
And I came here hoping I was wrong about him. Well, I never want to see him again. Never. And you can tell him that, Uncle Rupert.
Nell playing around with the women? Why, I'd never have thought it of him. Who does he think he is? Me? Where the devil is that lad, anyway? Uh-oh. Here comes Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Keep telling you there's nothing the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Please, could I have a pan of water?
Look, Christopher, we're having all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to locate Mel.
Oh, I ran across Mel in the park while I was walking my little terrier.
You saw Mel? Where was he going?
You know, I'm worried about that little terrier. She came down with the shingles. How could she have gotten them shingles?
Maybe she had a priority.
That is not a joke. Oh, see Mel fix that leash for me. How'd he do it?
Oh, he just used a piece of tin.
What?
Tin. Like in Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, goodbye.
Uncle Rupert, what are you talking about? What girls?
I don't know, my lad, but you'd better get over to Betty's house right away.
Girls. I don't know anything about girls.
Well, I can't have a man-to-man talk with you now.
Oh, but you know I don't have anything to do with girls. Except for Betty. I love her. So I don't think of her as a girl.
Nephew, I'd better take you aside and have a man-to-man talk with you right now.
Oh, how did I get into a mess like this?
The best thing for you to do, my lad, is pour your heart out to Betty. Tell her the only sin you've committed was that of being a man.
I refuse to tell her any such lie.
Mel?
Oh, Betty, what's the matter?
As angry as I am for what you've done, I had to come down here. You know that silver-handled cane you gave my father for his birthday?
Yes, and he never even used it.
Well, he's going to use it now. He's coming down here to beat you up with it.
Oh, you realize how much that cane cost? Oh, Betty, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous with Sally and Mary Lou?
Oh, I haven't gone out with girls. Sally is a fishing rod and Mary Lou is a boat.
Oh, Mel, if you think I believe that, you must take me for an idiot.
Yes. No. Oh, look, if you don't believe me, ask the boat. Ask Mr. Cushing. It's his Sally. It's Mary Lou's fishing reel. Oh, what am I saying?
Melvin, here's that picture of the Mary Lou.
Oh, the picture. That's wonderful. Uncle, you saved my life. Look, Betty, this'll explain everything. This picture was taken when Mr. Cushing caught the biggest trout of the season.
Huh?
Yeah, that's Sally in his hand, the fishing rod. And you see the name on the boat? Mary Lou.
What? Oh, that's what it does say. Oh, Mel. Oh, Daddy and I thought... Oh, Daddy.
Mel Blanc.
Mr. Colby, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm looking for a spot that has the most bones.
Well, stop looking at my head.
Young man, when I get through with you, you're going to be the most horrible-looking mess anybody ever saw.
That's nothing. You always say I look like that anyway.
What? Come here, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you.
No. Oh, you missed me.
I won't this time.
Oh, Mr. Cushing, am I glad to see you.
What's going on here? Somebody being initiated?
Oh, boy, am I glad you came. Quick, tell Mr. Colby about Mary Lou and Sally before he kills me.
Well, I don't know what all the trouble's about, but Sally is my fishing rod and Mary Lou is my boat, which I asked Mel to fix for me. And a very fine job he did, too.
Well, I'll be... Oh, Mel, why didn't you say so?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret. That's what caused this whole trouble.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Mel, we didn't have to be secretive about the whole thing all along.
What?
No. It seems the trip was something the fellas arranged as a surprise party for me, and my wife was in on it all the time.
She was?
Yes. Mel, why are you staring at me like that?
Mel, put down that cane.
Mel, remember, I'm a zebra. Oh, go.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, we had quite a time when I tried to pull the wool over Betty's eyes. I hope it served as a lesson to you, Zuki.
Yes, Zuki. Every experience has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that you should always speak the truth. You should always speak the honest truth. You should always speak the truth. Silence is golden.
This is Buddy reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the DeMarco sisters and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to have me paid, my name is Kenny Delmar. Tonight we bring you the Man of the Year for 1929, a bad year. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Everybody from Missouri is coming to Washington. Covered wagons are leaving Kansas City on the half hour.
Well, who's left in Missouri, Fred?
Well, nobody, Kenny. Next year, Missouri isn't going to bother electing a governor. They're just going to hire a caretaker to walk through the state with a lantern one night a week, I hear. Our friends in Allen's Alley will be nickeled to death to see us tonight.
Have you a question?
Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Our friends will be nickeled to death. No, it's the line. I thought it was my reading. Well, Portland. We'd be better off just showing up with some blank paper here. And so our question tonight is, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia's return to private life?
Shall we go?
As the man said when he saw the lighted cigarette on the floor, let's step on it. Gosh, Portland, it's good to be back in Allen's Alley. Well, let's see what Titus Moody is up to tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Say, Mr. Moody, you look shorter tonight.
First time I ever wore a union suit and stockings.
Well, what makes you look shorter?
It's trying to keep up my stockings.
Your stockings?
Yeah. There's a little door hangs down on the back of the union suit. And when I button that door onto my stocking,
yes,
it pulls me down 6 inches.
It'll do it every time. Well, Mr. Moody, what do you think about Mayor LaGuardia leaving office?
Why, he's been a good mayor, what there is of him.
Well, what kind of work do you think he should go in for?
He'd be a good man on a farm, Bub.
Well, how do you mean?
He's the only man I know that can milk a cow standing up.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think the mayor is sorry to go?
Oh, I know just how he feels, Bub.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I used to be mayor in my town.
You were the mayor?
Yeah, but I wasn't no LaGuardia.
You mean,
After working around the farm for 30 years...
Yes?
I didn't smell like no little flower. Go on, Bub.
It's too bad Mr. Moody isn't sheriff. He could pinch himself and see if he's awake. Well, let's see what happens at this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia retiring from City Hall?
I'm writing about Mayor LaGuardia a farewell poem.
A farewell poem. How does your ode to the mayor go?
I'm reciting it.
Fine.
The time is coming, Fiorello, to saying goodbye to you. For 12 long years in office, progress was your goal. But there is yet a housing shortage, and the subway's still in the hole. On your radio program Sundays, you were in a fighting mood, cracking down on gamblers and bookies, shouting patience with fortitude. You explained to us the OPA, told us bargains to get by Macy, gave recipes for pasta fazool. You also read Dick Tracy. The City Hall you are leaving. To you our hats we doff. Goodbye, dear Mayor LaGuardia. Good luck and mazel tov.
And as the sun slowly sinks behind our beloved mayor, we say adieu to City Hall and turn to the 5 DeMarco sisters. The girls accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his sanitation... Maestro Al Goodman and his Fanny Farmer Fusiliers have just played a few sweet bars of symphony. And now, say, Portland.
Yes?
Have you an aspirin?
An aspirin?
Something's wrong with my stomach.
If you button your coat, nobody'll notice it.
Now, wait. Never mind that Eddie Cantor comedy. I am in agony.
What's wrong?
Well, tomorrow night, I am going on information, please, with Gregory Ratoff. You know, the big director at 20th Century Fox? And yesterday, Mr. Ratoff gave me 2 passes for the Roxy Theater to see the new 20th Century Fox picture, Leave It to Heaven. It was wonderful. Technicolor and
how did you get sick?
Well, after I left the Roxy, Mr. Ratoff invited me to meet him for a Russian dinner at a little restaurant in the village called the Shoslik Shanty. Well, I went down to the Shoslik Shanty. As I walked in the door, the Gypsy Orchestra was just finishing a number. They had a noisy clientele at the shanty. Well, as I looked around, I heard a voice saying,
"Waiter, I want this dinner should be colossal, terrific, sensational."
Anything else, sir?
Yes. Also, the food should be fit to eat.
Gregory Ratoff. Say, you look excited, Gregory.
I am just ordering the dinner.
And how I'm looking forward to it, Gregory.
Fred, have you ever eaten a Russian meal?
Plenty of food, huh?
A Russian banquet is like a 6-day bicycle race, only with stomachs.
Well, what happens?
Well, before the dinner starts, we drink a toast to the chef.
Fine.
Then we are drinking a toast to each individual guest.
I see.
Next, a toast to all of the friends of the guests who are not there at the banquet.
That's a nice gesture.
Then we drink a toast to the friends of the friends who are not there.
Say, this sounds like a testimonial dinner to W.C. Fields. How many more toasts are there?
Well, we drink a toast to all of the toasts we have drunk. And then the banquet begins.
You start with the food, eh?
Yeah. First, you are getting the zakuska. In English, this is hors d'oeuvres.
Caviar?
Caviar is for the waiters.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the guests are having pickled mushrooms, pickled smelts, pickled cabbage, pickled herring, pickled pancakes, pickled eggs, and pickled kumquats.
Pickled kumquats, eh? Well, after all those toasts, the guest must be pickled, too. Tell me, what comes next?
All kind of soups.
What kind?
Borscht.
Borscht?
You see, borscht is a beet soup with sour cream.
I see. Well, what is that schmettene with sour cream?
That is sour cream with, on the top, more sour cream.
Well, fine. Tell me, do you have fish with a Russian dinner?
First, they are serving you 2 big cucumbers. This must be. It's a tradition.
You have to have 2 big cucumbers, eh? Well, why?
Well, for fish, you are getting on the plate a live sturgeon.
A live sturgeon?
Yeah. You are beating the sturgeon to death with the 2 cucumbers.
This is some dinner.
Well, for the next course, the meat, you are standing up.
You're standing up? Well, what is the meat course?
Baked polar bear in the jacket.
Polar bear in the jacket, eh? And you say you have to stand?
Well, the bear is served reading up on his hind legs with kidney beans.
Well, don't tell me that each diner gets an individual polar bear.
Oh, no. It is 4 people to a bear.
Oh, 4 people to a bear.
Yeah, you start with the bare feet and you're reaching up as far as you can reach.
A short guest is out of luck, then.
Well, it's better to be tall. You are reaching farther up on the bear.
Well, what comes with the bear, Gregory?
Oh, all kinds of side dishes, wheel omelets, boiled potatoes with raspberry jam, raw eggplant, walrus on casserole, penguin gratin, pot roast stuffed with meatballs, and buckwheat cakes with plenty of corn syrup.
This ends the meal?
Oh, no. After this, you're having a dessert.
Oh, dessert? Well, what is dessert?
A loaf of pumpernickel floating lazily in a heaping bowl of honey.
Yum, yum.
Well, on the top of the pumpernickel is a big gulp of whipped cream.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, this you are washing down with a piping hot glass of tea.
Say, a Russian dinner must be wonderful, Gregory. What are we having here at the Shoslik Shanty tonight?
Ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs?
Yeah, that Russian food ruins my stomach. I'm always taking Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, really? How do people in Russia know about Alka-Seltzer?
Lend-Lease.
Oh, Lend-Lease. Well, you and I are going to be on Information Please tomorrow night. Greg, I wonder what questions they'll ask us.
Who knows? I hope it is something about Russia and the Big Three.
Well, Russia is certainly progressing. They're copying American mass production methods, automobiles, iceboxes.
Russia is behind the times in only one thing, the radio.
You mean they have no radio programs over there like ours?
When I go to Russia, I would like to take some American programs with me.
Say, that's a great idea. American radio should be a novelty in Russia.
Say, how about the Smiling Irishman? Do you think the Smiling Irishman would suffer in the translation?
Suffer in the translation? Well, in Russia, you might have to call him the snickering Siberian, the chuckling Caucasian, or the jolly Georgian. But here's a commercial, Gregory. Let's see how the Smiling Irishman would sound in Moscow.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья и товарищи, мамочка моя дорогая. Это ваш старый друг и приятель. Если вам нужны деньги, привозите ваш «Шевролей». Всегда помните, что у всех всегда «Used Car». И от меня вы всегда получите top prices. Не забывайте, что я переехал в новое место, куда вы можете приехать на вашем автомобиле 271 Литвинов Бульвар in the back. Не забывайте вашего старого друга Дажатин Литвак Толя Литвак.
Tell me, what other type program do you think they might like in Russia?
News commentators. You know, the Russians are crazy about the gossip.
Well, for gossip, there's only one guy. Now, here's how he might sound in Russia. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Soviet Russia and all the autonomous republics. This is your Moscow correspondent, Waldovich Winchelkovich. Let's go to press. Moscow, Russia. What assistant district manager of what tractor combine is making a fool of himself over that little blonde steel puddler from Kakhrov? They were seen necking near the Dnieper hydroelectric dam Friday night. More power to them. It's a blessed event for the Sergei Mensheviks. She is the former Miss Collective Farms for 1937. He is the crossword puzzle editor and financial advisor of Pravda. An Orchidov plant superintendent S. Karnofsky. He is responsible for this month's sensational 30% rise in the production of balalaika picks. This is the same Karnofsky who only last year won the Shostakovich Award for his outstanding work on trombone valve. And now to answer the mail as the time allows. Nikolai Petrovich, 327 Potemkin Plaza, Smolensk. So are you, comrade. Well, that's all for tonight, Tavarachi. This is Mrs. Winchelkovich's boy, Waldovich, saying, be proud you are a Russian. Because when you are a Russian, you are a Russian. Well, that should keep Moscow up to date, Gregory.
You know, I wonder if that was the same little steel puzzler from Kharkov who went to the Dnieper Dam with me in 1912. Oh, no, it couldn't be. Should be 85 years old now.
Oh, man. Well, Gregory, can you think of any other American programs the Russian folks would go for?
Yes, Fred. Cereals.
Cereals? You really think they'd like cereal programs over there?
With all that suffering and tragedy, they will go crazy for the cereal, Fred.
Really?
A true Russian is never so happy as when he's unhappy.
Well, all right, Gregory. Now, here is how a Russian cereal might sound. And now we present Just Plain Misha.
When we left Just Plain Misha yesterday, he was in a sorry plight. He had 24 hours to decide whether he should marry Masha Krasotkin, the poor little gypsy girl who saved his life when his threshing machine bundled him into a bale of hay. Or marry wealthy Sonia Grumkin, daughter of Commissar Grumkin. Life with Masha will be poverty, black bread and skimmed milk. Life with Sonia will be luxury, seltzer water, anchovies, and rich food. It is hard to choose. Today we find Just Plain Misha at the door of Masha Krasotkin's hut. Misha knocks. Masha opens the door.
Misha!
Masha!
Come in, Misha.
Спасибо, Masha.
The family is all here waiting, Misha.
Waiting for what, Masha?
The inevitable. In Russia, what else is there to wait for?
Yeah, only the inevitable.
Ничего, Misha.
Ничего, Masha. Oh. Who is mourning, Masha?
Grandpa Boris, the old one. His leg is in the fire.
Why doesn't he move?
Why doesn't he move? Why should he move? He lives here. True, Misha.
True, Masha. Grandpa Boris is mourning again.
His other leg is in the fire.
He is cremating himself.
At least he is warm. Leave him.
You have plenty of trouble, Masha.
Trouble, Misha. There is no food. The mice are eating each other.
A man just looked out of the oven.
It is Uncle Igor. We are having him for dinner. Everything is trouble, Misha.
I have more trouble for you, Masha.
More trouble, Misha?
Yes, Masha. Our wedding is off. I am going to marry Sonia.
Well, life is a pill. You swallow it. Drink a glass tea, Misha.
I am drinking, Masha.
Now you are having trouble, Misha.
Trouble, Masha?
The tea is poison, Misha.
A black year on you, Masha.
You are angry, Misha?
Serving me poison tea I could overlook.
Da, Misha.
But this is Russia. When you serve tea without lemon, you should drop dead.
I will.
She did. Goodbye, Bublichki, and I'll miss you, Masha.
Well, those cereals would be great at Russia, Gregory. People would be killing themselves off. You'd have a new family on the air every other day. Well, I guess that takes care of most of your problems, Greg, old boy.
Just one more thing, Fred.
Another program?
Jingles. I would like to introduce some of these singing jingles to Russia.
All right. When jingles hit the Moscow network, you'll hear something like this.
Vodka Cola is the new drink that is good for the proletariat. For only a ruble you get a lot. Vodka Cola hits the spot.
Ruble, 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 ruble.
Fred Allen will be back again next week. And now we take you to the Cafe Zanzibar for the music of...
In the January issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, ladies and gentlemen, the so-called star of this program was selected as the Cosmopolite of the month. He's been called about everything else, but this month he's a Cosmopolite. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, that story about me in Cosmopolitan, written by H. Allen Smith, turned out quite well, I thought.
Yeah, you know, Fred, all of the magazines seem to be saluting people each month.
They're always saluting. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the Time magazine made President Truman the Man of the Year in January.
You know, I hear Time is making Mayor LaGuardia the Man of the Month for February. It's a short month, I think. The other magazines are still going full blast. The Hobo News is making Jack Benny the Tramp of the Month. Pick is picking the Punk of the Month. And the Poultry Journal may be... Well, Portland... Do you want to cut in, Portland? Kenny and I are talking about magazines saluting different people. Has anyone in your family ever been honored by a magazine?
Well, last year, the Police Gazette chose Mama as Miss Patrol Wagon for 1945.
Miss Patrol Wagon, huh? Is that... I'll laugh at it. At least you got me. Is that a camp stool you have with you there?
It's for Mama. She's standing in line.
Standing in line for what?
Mama doesn't know whether she's going to see the picture at the Roxy, get a ticket for Florida, or end up with a pair of nylons.
She doesn't know?
Mama just saw a long line and got in it.
Oh, well, that's the trouble with the country today, Portland. Half of the people are standing in line to buy things. The other half is standing in line picketing. But aren't you... Just a mild demonstration, if any. Just a... We work it up as we go along. When Mr. Jessel arrives, big things happen. But tell me, aren't you, Portland? Aren't you cold with those liquid stockings on?
No, I always mix in a little antifreeze.
Oh, with the... There's only one trouble with liquid stockings in the winter. If it gets hot all of a sudden, you've got a shoe full of stocking. You never can tell.
Last week, Mama drank some liquid stockings by mistake.
Drank some? Didn't it bother her?
For 2 days, she hiccuped Bobby socks.
I know a man who drank a whole bottle of liquid stockings accidentally.
Was he sick?
No, but he had to swallow a garter to hold his stomach up. That was the last time he saw Paris. And speaking of garters, when you've got to go to Allen's Alley, you've got to go. Remind me to give the writers more money. These women, they got to go.
You a question ready?
A question? You bet. You know, this past week, strikes closed most of the meatpacking plants throughout the country, shutting off the country's supply of meat. And so our question tonight is, if you have been unable to get your quota, how have you been coping with the meat shortage?
Shall we go?
As the electric fan said when somebody turned it on, I think I'll blow. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His bullwhip is coiled up on the front step there.
Somebody now.
Now look, Senator.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name. You're from the South.
I'm a ding-dong daddy from Dallas.
You're a...
Yeah, on the radio. I'll never listen to thanks to the Yanks.
Now, wait a minute.
Son, what's on your mind?
Well, if I only...
Go ahead and talk.
Well, all I'm trying to do is...
Well, the war's over, son, today. Loose lips ain't sinking ships.
I'm just trying to get a word here.
Open your mouth, son. I've heard more conversation coming out of a knothole. Knothole, that is.
You're winded, hey?
Only momentarily, son.
Good. Now, I'll get in here. What about this meat strike?
I brought it up in the house. Pay attention now, son. I heard Quail Loose talk. Loose talk, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke.
Very good. Carolina cackle.
I don't care.
That was a Birmingham belly buster.
Now, wait a minute.
You should be yucking, you ain't even smirking.
I don't even get a chance to smirk.
Hold up, son, you don't get it. You're from back country.
Now, look, Senator, what about this meat problem?
Well, the nation's capital will have plenty of meat for everybody.
Well, where is Washington going to get this meat?
Son, there's 130 million Americans.
Yes?
And today, every American is sending his beef to Washington. So long,
Well, the senator has a head like a pot roast. It brings back happy memories. Well, I hope Titus Moody is still up tonight. Now, let's see.
Howdy, Bob.
Your exhaust is working well, Mr. Hooray. You feel all right? You look a little shaky.
Boy, was I stiff last night.
Drinking?
No. Somebody put starch in my bathwater.
You have a bathtub in the house?
No. Every Saturday night, I take a can of Dutch cleanser and lower myself down into the well.
In this cold weather?
No. During the winter, I don't slop around in the well.
Well, how do you keep clean?
Once a week, I go over myself with a eraser and a whisk broom.
Well, how about the meat shortage?
Oh, that don't bother me none. I'm a vegetarian.
Well, haven't you ever tasted meat?
Only once. That cured me.
What happened?
About 20 years ago, a city fella come around selling rabbits.
And you bought one?
Yeah. He give me the rinky-dink.
The old R.D., hey?
Yeah.
Well, how do you mean?
He was dishonest.
Dishonest, huh?
Yeah, looked like a rabbit, cooked like a rabbit, tasted like a rabbit.
What makes you think it wasn't?
Well, for 2 weeks after I ate the rabbit...
Yes?
Every time I smelled catnip, I turned a somersault. So long, Doc.
Mr. Moody still has that hang-cat look, I must say. Oh, well, what will a knock at this door bring?
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Weinstein Churchill?
Tell me, Mrs. N., has the meat strike bothered you?
I am in a dilemma.
Dilemma?
There is such a word.
Oh, yes. Yes, dilemma is a word. You might have read it someplace.
I'm only reading broken English.
Oh.
As I am speaking, so I am reading.
Oh, fine.
Why be deceitful? Who am I fooling?
Well, I see your point, yes. I agree with you thoroughly. But what about the meat shortage?
Confidentially, We are having well in hand the situation.
You had some old meat stored up, did you?
Oh, no. My husband, Pierre, is buying a goat. A second-hand Billy.
A second-hand. A used goat. A live goat?
The first night we are locking him in the clothes closet.
I see.
During the night, the goat is eating the backs off of 3 of Pierre's union suits.
Oh, gosh.
The next day, the goat Pierre is killing and we are having for dinner.
Well, after eating the backs off 3 union suits, how did the goat taste?
Like flapjack, but delicious.
Oh, And that brings us to the little vine-covered shanty at the end of the alley. A knock here should certainly start something.
Shout huzzah, scream adjectives flowery. Falstaff is here, the bard of the Bowery.
Well, Falstaff. Something tells me that you have new poems for us tonight.
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard? When they pinched Uncle Charlie, his excuse was a honey. He claimed he was in the bank just feeling the money.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, the jukebox was playing I'm Confessing as she lured me into the delicatessen.
No. No.
How about this? Mother, please don't point father at me. He may be loaded again.
Now, wait a minute. Please. Tonight we are simply discussing the meat strike.
Precisely why I am here. I would bark some doggerel.
Well, what is your meat poem called?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards.
Uh-huh. How does it go?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards when the meat strike was called through the nation. The cattle doomed to die in their pens gave the news tremendous ovation. A little ram frisked with his ewe. A Holstein kissed one of the steers. A big shaggy heifer danced round like a zephyr. A brindle cow mooed out 3 cheers. Yes, joy reigns supreme in the stockyards. Chicago's ne'er seen such a sight. A jubilant ox jumped up on a box and yelled, "Ah, there's good news tonight."
And as Bard Openshaw skulks to the wings, we turn to our melodic misses, the 5 DeMarco sisters. Tonight, accompanied by Al Goodman and his poor man's Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Hubba Hubba from the new picture, Doll Face.
Hubba, 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 hello, Jack. Hubba, 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 just got back. Well, the hubba, 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 shoot some breeze, say whatever happened to the gasoline. Hubba, hubba,
I'll say as you heard.
Hubba, 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 we got the word. We got it from a guy who was in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a 329 dropped another load for love. As he flew away, he was heard to say, Hubba, hubba, mop, mop, I got another mission. That's okay. And with your confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I'll take you later in the USA.
Friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for love. I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I got another mission, and that's very okay. And with your confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I'll take you later in the USA. Hubba, 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 take you later in the USA.
And now, a helpful hint about the family table.
Whatever concerns the family table is important to us all, and here's a good example. I'll bet you can all bake good biscuits, ladies. Tender, light, fluffy, mouth-melting. And here's a spread just made to go on these super biscuits of yours. Bluebonnet margarine. For Bluebonnet gives you flavor, nutrition, economy, all 3. Bluebonnet has a delicious flavor, fresh, delicate country sweet. You'll say no spread at any price ever gave you more delicious eating. Bluebonnet gives you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. Why,
Why, it costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. And remember, Bluebonnet Margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's Yeast, a name that down through the years has always stood for quality. Be sure to ask your grocer for Bluebonnet tomorrow. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a few flakes from Let It Snow, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Racing Form Rhythm Boys. Okay, yes, Portland?
Shall I pile these letters here?
If you will, please. Those are the last of the Jack Benny contest letters. I've been up 3 nights reading them. You know, I'm one of the judges. And speaking of letters, Portland reminds me, could you get your pencil, please? I want to dictate a letter.
I'm all ready.
You're ready? We'll take this down. Mr. George Jessel, 20th Century Fox Studios. Dear Mr. Jessel, you are a rap, capital R. Signed, yours sincerely, Fred Allen. Get that off instantly.
Well, I thought you and Georgie were friends.
I'll never speak to Jessel again unless I happen to get a wrong number.
Gosh, what happened?
Well, last week, Mr. Jessel was here in New York. You know, he's a big producer for 20th Century Fox Pictures now, and I received a note saying that Mr. Jessel wanted to see me. So I got all dressed up, got my cane out of Simpson's, and started for Mr. Jessel's office. When I arrived at the 20th Century Fox building, I found Mr. Jessel's office a big nylon door, and I knocked on the door.
Come in, come in.
Georgie Jessel. Well, Georgie.
Excuse me, Fred. I'm on the phone at the moment. Hello, Lidget's Drugstore. This is Georgie Jessel speaking. I want 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer sent out to my studio in Hollywood right away. Okay.
Georgie, 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer?
It's for my new picture, Fred.
Bromo Seltzer?
Yes, I'm making a sequel to The Lost Weekend. It's called Saratoga Drunk.
Oh.
Laugh, son. What's the matter with you?
Saratoga Drunk sounds like a great picture.
Well, it's a new idea, Fred. An elephant drinks too much and sees 200 pink saboos.
200? Only in Hollywood could you possibly pick up 200 pink saboos. And Hollywood, I must say, has surely changed you, Georgie. Those clothes you have on.
Oh, well, this is my working suit, Fred. The shirt happens to have a pink dickie, but nobody noticed.
No. It's mink, isn't it? It isn't pink. It's a mink dickie. And it goes well.
That's right.
Goes well.
It says pink here, but I'll say mink anyway.
It goes well with that fur mandarin coat you have on.
Yes, this is genuine grizzly bear. Instead of the belt in the back, it has a big paw hanging down.
Oh,
this paw is spelled war, I suppose.
A big paw. But as you are, you Hollywood tycoons with your paws hanging down on the back, I suppose you're still living in that house out in Beverly Hills that looks like the Rose Bowl with Venetian blinds.
Oh, you should see it now, Fred. I bet all the grass dyed white.
You have white grass?
Yes.
Why?
Well, when the newsboy throws the paper on the lawn, the color shouldn't clash. You see?
That's
then I've got lavender trees and a pink hedge and a plaid sidewalk.
Well, say, this riot of colors must be causing plenty of comment.
What comment?
Nobody even notices it?
In Hollywood, who takes off the dark glasses?
Oh, I see. Georgie, I wonder what would happen if one day everybody in Hollywood took off their dark glasses and all of the people got a good look at each other.
This is a horrible thought, Fred.
But tell me about your house, Georgie. You have a swimming pool, of course.
I have the biggest pool in Hollywood.
Well, how big is it?
Well, when you stand on one side of the pool,
yes,
from the other side you can hear voices yelling. When are they going to send us home?
That's how big the pool is. Well, you're a great success, Georgie. I saw your last picture of the Dolly Sisters. It was swell.
Well, what I did for the Dolly Sisters, Fred, I can do for you. Matter of fact, that's why I sent for you.
Really?
I want to produce the story of your life.
The story of my life?
Yes. It'll be bigger than Darryl Zanuck's Leave It to Heaven. I had to get it in.
But Georgie, I know they have a big whip out there when you leave on the plane. But, Georgie, what actor could you possibly get to play my life? Don Amici?
No, Amici's tied up.
Really?
You know, with the telephone situation. He's sorry he started the whole thing. No, there's only one man to play your life, Fred, and that is you.
You mean that I will be the star?
Star? Why, it's your life. Everybody else in the picture is just the stooge.
I'm the whole picture.
Yes, Fred, there's just one little thing.
Yes, George.
Well, now, you know how Alfred Hitchcock always sneaks into some scene in every picture that he directs.
Yes, you always see Mr. Hitchcock in the crowd trying to get into the automat with his nickel out or something.
That's right. Now, do you mind if I do just a little bit like that in your picture?
A little bit? Of course not, George.
You know, they'll just see the back of my head maybe in a barber's chair, or maybe I'll run past the camera with a pushcart fast. Nobody will see it. Suppose we just call that a producer's whim.
Well, anything you say, Georgie. Now, what is this story like?
All right, the picture opens with the 20th Century Fox signature music. George Jessel presents The Life of Fred Allen, starring Fred Allen.
Say, that's wonderful, Georgie. Now what happened?
Now, as the story opens, Fred, you are 4 years old.
Now, wait a minute. How can I play a 4-year-old kid?
Fred, our makeup man can do anything, really.
But I'm 6 feet tall. How can I be a kid?
You play the whole first scene on your knees.
On my knees?
Yeah, we'll glue some shoes on your kneecaps. Nobody will know the difference.
Well, if I walk on my knees, my arms will be dragging on the ground.
All right, so we'll double up your arms, stick little false fingers on your elbows.
Well, after I'm made up, what do I do in the picture?
Well, the story opens in Illinois. Now, you see, Fred...
Wait a minute, Georgie. I was born in Boston in Massachusetts.
I know that, Fred, but we have an old Illinois set left on the lot from another picture.
What picture?
Home in Indiana.
Home in Indiana.
Now, Fred, if you're going to question every little
you're the producer, Georgie. Go on.
All right. The picture opens. It is morning.
To little Freddie Allen, starting out in life, the world is a glorious adventure. He is on his way to school, happy, carefree. But see, he stops. The little tyke is worried. Is he late for school? By the side of the road, he sees a gaunt, lean man chopping logs. Hurrying over to this wood chopper, little Freddie says,
Sir, what is the time?
The time, my son, it's time for every American to stop and ponder. Our country is at the crossroads. Sit down on this log, son. I'm only a rail splitter myself. My name is Lincoln. Abe Lincoln.
Now, wait a minute.
I wrote a talk, but I'm going to make an mistake. My boy, I'd like you to hear it and tell me what you think of it. Sit down on the log and I'll read it for you.
Look, now, wait.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation.
Now, look,
conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition.
Now, wait a minute. Now, stop the music. Stop the music.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the life of Fred Allen. It starts out the whole thing is Abraham Lincoln.
Now, Fred, who is sitting there on the log listening to Abraham Lincoln? You. Now, the way the camera said, whose face is the audience? See, yours. And I want to tell you something. You were great.
I was great.
Yes.
I didn't do anything.
You don't understand pictures, Fred.
Well, look,
Now, do you realize what America owes you? If you hadn't let Lincoln try out his Gettysburg Address on you, he might have gotten discouraged and torn up the whole business. Well, can't you hear people saying, why, if it wasn't for little Fred Allen, the Civil War might still be going on.
Now, but, George, if I was 4 years old when Lincoln was a rail splitter, today I'd be 125 years of age.
Who listens, who cares about such things in pictures? Maybe a couple of history professors who are sitting in the balcony, that's all. Or Joel Kupperman. Now, pay no attention to it. Just wait till you see this next scene.
Am I in it?
Am I in it? He says, am I in it? It's all you, Fred. You're a young man, but you have taken to drink.
Drink?
Yes, you're living in Albany. It's apple country, and you're a cider fiend.
I'm full of cider, huh?
Yes, you're full of cider. Now you have to make a decision. What will it be? Cider or success? As the scene opens, it's the waterfront. The camera's on a jug of cider in your hand. It's clutching that jug.
Will young Fred Allen be picked up by Cider Anonymous? See, he awakens, still in a stupor. He staggers up to a man standing next to a boat on the dock. Allen speaks.
Mister, what day is this?
What day is this, young man? Today is a new day in American navigation. My name is Fulton, Robert Fulton.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, listen a minute. I'm testing my steamboat, the Clermont. That's why this crowd is here right now. Folks, in a minute you'll see a miracle. A boat driven by steam.
Fulton's falling.
All right, laugh, you fools, but I'll show you. I told you my boat would go today. I'll steam down the river.
Steam's up, Mr. Fulton. Steam's up.
All right, cast those ropes and stop the engine. Watch my steam.
Keepers, the Clermont's moving.
I told you it would. Anchors away.
Stop the music. Georgie, wait a minute.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What?
Matter? This is the story of my life. I'm already 25 years old, and so far in my whole life I have spoken twice. I have asked 2 questions.
Fred, you don't understand pictures.
I don't understand pictures, but Georgie, if I only had some lines to say, at least I could pull the whistle on the boat.
Star pulls whistles on a boat?
But what is Robert Fulton?
Look, you don't get the significance, Fred.
I did something again?
Certainly you did. You see, when Fulton faced that mob of scoffers, he was about to give up. But he saw in the crowd one face that encouraged him. The camera closes in. This face that he saw, this is yours.
You mean that I'm there on the dock?
Why, if it wasn't for you today, there would be no Fulton Fish Market. There'd be no steam. There'd be no Turkish baths. No steam... Tailors would be pressing pants by hand.
But, Georgie...
Stop complaining, will you? Because the rest of the picture is all you.
Well, it's about time. Now, what happens now?
Next scene opens down south. You started a new life, Fred. You got a job.
Good.
You're on your way to rent a room. And as we fade in, you're walking up the stairs of an old southern mansion.
Sounds good.
Yes, Fred Allen has made a comeback. He has work. His eyes are bright. The world is before him. He knocks on the door of the old southern mansion. A kindly old man with snow white hair opens the door.
Pardon me, sir. Have you a room to rent?
Come right in, son, and set yourself down. My name is Foster, Stephen Foster.
Now, wait a minute.
Honey, I wrote a new song this morning, and I want to sing it for you.
Now, look, George.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. That's where my heart is in a man. That's where the old folks say.
Now, stop it.
All right.
Stop the music. This is the last straw.
All right, now what?
What is this picture? The life of Fred Allen or a George Jessel cavalcade?
What do you mean?
Now, stop stalling, Jessel. You were just going to put the back of your head in my picture. Now, first the picture, you're Lincoln, then you're Fulton, now you're Stephen Foster. When do you show up as Florence Nightingale?
Who showed you the script?
Never mind that. How does the picture end?
How does the picture end? Every picture fades out with a kiss.
Don't tell me you're a contortionist and you kiss yourself.
Now listen, Fred Allen, I'm the producer.
And listen, George Jessel, I'm the star. If this is the life of Fred Allen, I won't stand for it.
All right, I'll tell you what to do. Drop dead and it'll make your life a 2 real short.
Fine, well, I'll do that. Make an appointment. Now, Kenny, with a short talk on the American woman.
Ever since Priscilla married John Alden, the fame of the American woman has been growing.
And Ian put the bluebonnet margarine back in the icebox. I want to thank Georgie Jessel for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Drama.
But, Henrietta, you're too young to die.
Oh, yeah? Hand me that peroxide.
And our guest will be...
that writer of hit tunes, Johnny Mercer.
Thank you. Have a good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.